morning, everyone. Would you join me in the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Brandon Clark, the pastor at the Christian church, is going to do our invocation.
Dear Lord, we just thank you for this day. We are so grateful to have another day that you have provided that for us. I just pray that as this meeting gets ready to start, that you provide wisdom and guidance and direct us as we, as the commissioners are making decisions on what they can do for the betterment of our county. So, Lord, again, we just ask for guidance, wisdom, discernment, so that they can make the best decisions possible. We love you, Lord. It's in your name we pray. Amen. Yep.
I'll second that motion.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we approve the claims in the amount of $610,340.72.
I'll second that motion.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any adds or debates?
None today, sir.
Have any changes to the agenda?
I have a question. We've got on the Mulberry Quarry, are we having another hearing today, or are we looking and reviewing the query and voting on the query?
There's no need for another hearing. It's just you deciding if you want to move forward with it or not, based on the recommendation of the planning and zoning director.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think
Looking back at last time that they were before us, I, as chair, allowed them to speak and was told afterwards that the hearing had already taken place and that I shouldn't have done that. So that's why I bring that up.
How's everybody
so
feel?
I thought my understanding was that they are allowed to speak again to the commission.
Okay.
But who was that? A different attorney?
It was.
Jacqueline, do you have
Jacqueline?
an opinion? Can you turn your microphone on, please?
I mean, KSA 12-756 discusses the public hearing that happens at the planning and zoning. And as for the vote, it's up to the individual county to determine whether they'll allow public comments for the vote after the planning and zoning. There's not a specific statute that says whether they can or they can't. It's up to the individual county as to whether they'll allow additional comment at the vote.
Okay.
So the staff report will be presented from Ben.
Right.
And then are we allowing it? And that's up to the chair? Okay.
I don't care. I mean, if, how many people do we have that want to talk?
We have 2 on opposition for sure on the agenda to speak.
Yeah, they called the clerk's office asking to be put on the agenda.
And then 1-4, it looks like.
1-4? Okay.
2 for it
2?
and 2 in opposition.
Do you want to put
Do
a
you want to
time?
put a time limit on it?
Can we give them each 5 minutes?
I'm
Go
good with
from there.
that.
Is that good?
It's fine.
Okay.
Is everybody
Is that good?
good with everybody?
Okay. We'll give each one of them each one of the 4, 5 minutes. Okay. Anything else?
I'd like to add an executive session for AMR, for contract negotiations. Sorry? You want to do it on the 19th? Oh, okay.
Not today, then?
Okay.
Yeah, strike that. I apologize.
The 18th? Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't have.
I think everything else I had, I can just speak when they're at the podium. So I'm good.
I did have one more thing.
Go ahead.
Oh, the clerk's office would like for you to sign permission to move forward with an application process. So you just put that under department heads for clerk if you'd like.
Okay. So is that it? I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda as discussed.
Second it.
Sorry.
Tied.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. We have an executive session, attorney-client privilege for litigation,
How many minutes?
20. Okay. I'll make a motion. We go into executive session for 20 minutes with the 3 commissioners and the attorney for attorney-client privilege for litigation.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll return at 10:27 or 9:27. Was no action. AMR?
All right, good morning. Dawn Brooks with AMR. I have the monthly call report for July 1st through 27th. Blue Mound had 13 calls, 5 transports. Centerville, 2 calls, 1 transport. Greeley, 1 call, 1 transport. Lacine, 29 calls, 14 transports. Lynn Valley, 13 calls, 9 transports. Mapleton, 1 call, 1 transport. Mound City, 26 calls, 11 transports. Parker, 11 calls, 4 transports. Pleasanton, 30 calls, 17 transports. Prescott, 4 calls and 1 transport for a total of 130 calls and 64 transports this month so far.
Thank you, Don.
Thanks, Don. I want to read the sheriff's report.
I've got it pulled up. July 28, 2025 Sheriff's Report. Total prisoners of 56, 17 releases this past week. Total prisoners in of 55, farmed out of 1 for a competency evaluation. Farmed in of 37. Total 911 calls was not available as the interface is down. Jail contacts 4,211. Total calls for service of 531. Civil service papers served of 40. VIN inspections 7. New cases opened 18. Cases closed 7. Vehicle crashes 5. SRO activities 0. Bailiff contacts 157 with 44 resulting in calls for service and 2 livestock out.
I'd like to read the fire report. Randy's not here, is
I
he?
don't have it pulled up yet. Sorry. Did you send it in the email?
Thank you.
I have it here. 11 calls. 3 for rescue and emergency medical service incident. 4 for hazardous condition, no fire. No, hang on. 4 for rescue emergency medical service incident. 3 for hazardous condition, no fire. 1 service call. 1 good intent call. And 2 false alarm, false call. Total for the year of 372.
Christie?
Good morning, Commissioners. Christy Smith's Register of Deeds. I wanted to inform you that I have hired a new hire in my office. Ashley Mitchell, hired at Register of Deeds Clerk 2, Range 8, Step A, $17.99 per hour, and she will start on August 11th. I have adjusted my 2026 budget down $8,408 because of the change. And I wanted to announce officially, since the word's getting around, I am going to be retiring in October. It looks like the 17th will be my last day. I've faithfully executed the duties of my office for 20 and a half years, and I respectfully request my longevity pay at retirement.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, Christy.
Thank you,
You've done a great job.
Okay. I'll come over. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, mapping?
Do we need to have a motion to? Okay. Okay,
She is just being considered.
thank you.
Just wanted to give a couple of Jason Parker, GIS Epping administrator. Just want to give a couple updates. The road closure map is up and running. It's on the website. Carol's retirement was the 3rd. It went well. Jessica has taken over for her. She's doing extremely well. And that's about it.
Good luck with the moves, right?
Yeah, kind of busy today with
Yeah.
getting everything situated over at Bunker Hill, so
Sounds
Wonderful.
good. Let us know if you need anything.
we'll do. Also,
Have a
Thanks,
great week.
Jason.
thank you.
I wanted to brag on Jason. He created an elections map for us that took him probably 8 hours to work on. But it's phenomenal. It's accurate. It's colorful. It's going to help us out a lot.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Jason.
Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Good job. Thank you. Is it just for your personal use or is it for the website? It's for-
Chastity?
I believe it could be uploaded to the website. For right now, it's just kind of telling us what addresses are in what precinct.
Yeah, okay.
Will you hand this down to Jason?
Yeah. Jason.
Huh?
Just if you want.
Okay.
Good morning.
Did you need the screen?
Yeah.
No problem.
Okay. Sorry, Chastity Ware here, Economic Development Director. I just have two real quick things. Hopefully they're quick anyway. The first is I brought this to you a few weeks ago in regards to signing the Vision Zero resolution, and I have that here today. Again, this is no binding contract that we have to do anything. It's just if we choose to do anything in regards to that Safe for All, we have to have this signed. So I have that if you are willing to sign it. Ask for all the signatures.
There's no changes to it from what you said.
Other than I changed the dates and added your names for the signatures. That's it.
Okay.
And I added the resolution number on the very top. So
Do they correlate with the issues that we had mentioned the first time when they were here? You had questions on if we did sign that, from an attorney's perspective, like we don't maintain those roads that they consider dangerous, high-risk rural roads, that we're in some sort of liability. Like if we sign this, that we are agreeing that the vision is to keep these high-risk rural roads safe, but we also don't maintain our roads, what's the consequence if there's a fatality? There was an issue with that at the beginning. I remember you stating it, but.
Yeah, well, I had mentioned that to the extent that they are doing the study with or without your guys' input and approval, that being a part of those meetings would be an opportunity for you all to see, to
Yeah.
plan within the budget, that sort of a thing. Because they have made this recommendation, you can go with it or not go with it, but now you're on notice that these are some concerns that have been addressed by professionals in that industry. And so you can use this as a guide to frame your own budgeting plan to make some of those recommendations that
We
they
had recommendations
indicated.
that day though, and so that's why I was just trying to figure out, like, how do we stay in touch with them?
there's ongoing meetings. There's ongoing meetings with these guys. If this is something that we want to do, like if there's a particular road that you're interested in and addressing, then we will have a particular meeting with just them and our individuals, not open to all the other counties in this
And
little
this
region.
is trying to apply for grant funds to fix these roads.
Yes.
Correct.
Yep, we cannot apply for a grant without this signed, yeah. But we're also not bound to do anything if we choose not to do that.
So this group, when they came in that day, you know where they meet, and are you our representative in that? Have you gone to a meeting since they came?
Yep.
Okay.
So you're good with this, Jacqueline?
It's kind of a permit. kind of a formality. The department, I'm not going to remember the acronym right now, but that created that report that was sort of with or without your ratification, with or without your kind of input.
And
They work
Carrie
with-
Spoon with Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission is part of this situation as well. So they would be our next step if we were to decide to make any changes to any roads or anything that they have suggested. Then she is our next contact person that would set up those meetings and then do the formality aspect of filing for those grants, writing those grants, those sorts of things.
When they had the map pulled up with the fatalities and what their recommendations were on high-risk roads, where is that at? Is that with,
I sent it to you.
okay.
Oh, well,
I've seen it here, but I don't think I've seen it.
well, I sent an email back on June 23rd, I believe it was. Don't quote me on that date, but back in June, I sent I think it's an 89-page document to you guys, but I'll email.
No, it's okay. I don't necessarily need it. I just want to make sure we're using that with,
Yes.
for Jesse, so he knows about
Yep.
the roads. I don't.
He has it as well, and he has all of, I mean, this is all associated with that particular document.
Do they work on, they're also conducting studies on highway, like KDOT roads, not just
Yes.
rural? Okay.
Yep. Yeah, not just rural roads at all, no.
So we need a motion to adopt this resolution number 2025-17.
I'll make that motion. I make the motion we adopt resolution 2025-17 Vision Zero resolution.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 The next thing I have is the first round of the Linn County branding, the fonts, the colors. Jim, I gave a overview of this last week, but you were gone, so I wanted to make sure I brought it back so you guys had plenty of time to take a look at it. Again, this is just the first round. We have paid for 3 rounds, so just understand that any changes, and we are all more than welcome to have those changes. But with those changes each time, by the time we get to that 3rd round, if we don't have a decision made, then we will have to extend our fee in regards to that. So here's the first one. As I mentioned before, the designer here tried to stay with our patriotic colors of the red, white, and blue. Chose the icon of the steeple above our courthouse that stands out away from other courthouses. We have an older courthouse, obviously. We have a courthouse that looks a lot like some of the other older courthouses. What stands us out from them is the steeple that is above our courthouse currently. So he chose those colors. He stayed with a little more bold fonts of this Gotham medium in this one. This is option number 1 here. The second one has a 3rd color added to it, red, gray, and blue. And in regards to this one, the word's just different and used a different font of the Trajan Pro Bold. Just know with this one particularly that if you put this on a t-shirt, put this on the side of a truck, something to that nature, because it has a 3rd color, it's going to cost more to do that. And we're going back to this first one, it only has the 2 colors. And so it's, when we think about putting this on our logo, a shirt, a jacket, a vehicle, then this one would be a little less expensive. And then the 3rd one, this is my personal favorite, has the 2 different fonts, stays with the 2 different colors. I think I just personally like the way the established 1867 is displayed around the steeple there. So, any feedback from you?
I stated last week that I also liked the 3rd one. I still feel that way.
Okay.
My opinion on it, I would like to see less red. I think it looks Confederate. I feel like
Okay.
our free state was established on the basis of it's being union military. I think it's a little too red. I'd also like to see you go back and have him redesign without the steeple and try to have something that's a little bit more modern. And then on top of like maybe come back like the current logo that we have, tweaking the logo that we have, and then something completely new. The steeple, I do think it's special. I also would like to see the county commit to maintaining the steeple. If that's going to be our logo, I have concerns with the maintenance of the steeple as it is now. Everyone is going to look at our steeple, and if everyone's going to come to the county to look at it, I would prefer to have a commitment from the county commissioners that we're going to fix this courthouse up.
You ever got a dollar figure on that yet?
No, not yet.
When you talk about something more modern, Ally, do you have something in mind that you would like to see there?
Well, I've had a lot of calls since last week regarding the logo. There's a lot of people that are against a new logo. There's a lot of people that are excited for the new logo. So I think that giving them an option to see the current logo that we have maybe tweaked, I would like to give that to the citizens, just because there were concerns with the amount of money it would take to
Do everything.
every sticker on every truck.
You're going to do that anyway, even if you tweak the new logo. So you're going to have to.
Well, it could come in the less timely fashion, honestly. Like, I wouldn't consider going out and changing every single logo right now if we just started with the website and we could budget for the trucks and we could budget for AMR later.
Sure.
I'm just stating my opinion on it. It's just mine. So I'm just listening to concerns of people calling me, and that was one concern. So if we could try to just tweak and make the original one look a little bit more modern. My focus is really just for the website and letterhead and maybe business cards, and then get into all of the other print material at a later date, different budget.
But you also mentioned maybe starting something over from scratch. So do you have
You
something
could look
in mind
at like Linn County, Iowa. I think that one's very modern and chic.
What do you think, Jim?
Haven't had one phone call about it, and I haven't really gave it any thought, I'll tell you. So,
Well, I would like to climb to the top of the steeple and take the Santa Claus down if we're going to have this as a logo. So that would be my first move. I love the steeple. I really do. But there are some issues with the courthouse that I would like to see a commitment from the county, whether it's maintenance or public works or us. You know, I know we're working with insurance now to get the roofing.
I mean, this was a push from you to begin with, correct?
I've already given you my opinion. I'm not necessarily a
but-
fan of the steeple, and I would
Okay.
like to move forward with something different.
Okay.
But again, I understand, like, every time she goes back, like, there's no reason for me to say to go back and tweak this when I'm not 100% on it. And yeah, it is a push for me. I think that it's needed. I think that we need to rebrand the county completely. That is my opinion on it. As again, I'm one of three, so if you guys don't feel the same, that's fine.
So Jason, what are your thoughts?
Like I said, I like that one. I hadn't taken any thought into the red on there. I mean, no, we don't have the Confederate flag here, you know, things of that nature. So I really hadn't.
I know that the designer specifically said that he went with a deeper red for the simple fact not to go with our Jayhawk red here, as well as a deeper blue to not go with a Pleasanton blue. And I'm not sure how we were going to throw in the green from Prairie View, but so he stayed with the patriotic colors of the red, white, and blue. But I do know that is a concern.
I also said my concern was having something rebranded for the entire county. And again, like, to me, that just looks like that logo is just Mound City again. And so we were trying to come up with something that collaborated the entire county. So the sword, and that is a countywide. I like that. I don't want to get away from the history of how our county was established. And
But, and I'm just asking for clarification, is our current logo, did that maple leaf come because of the arts and crafts parade or the arts and crafts, whatever you call it? Because again, that's just Mound City. Is that not, is
it's
that
for
not?
Sugar Mound,
Okay,
the hill.
okay.
And that was, Sugar Mound was here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Again, I might be reading into it a little too deep, but that's how my brain operated with whenever I saw that, you know.
Okay.
I don't want to get away from the history. The history of the courthouse is when Free Staters were here voting, and that is when Bushwhackers came over here and voted illegally. We're known for the ballot box, the fraudulent voting in Linn County. That was the first thing that happened here. And so it's just, to me, we're going to focus on the courthouse. I would just like to have it maintained, number one. And number two, I think it just doesn't come back to a county-wide logo. That's Mound City.
Jim, your thoughts now that you've listened to us talk and seen these?
Maybe with the courthouse, if we choose, we got to determine what we're going to do now here with the courthouse as far as if we use this as logo and 10 years down the road, we don't want the courthouse anymore. So I'm just saying, that's not my thought, but it's do we want to make sure we're going to use the courthouse on
All
logo?
we'd have to do is keep the steeple.
Well, it's turned it into the seventh
We could
museum
put
of
it-
Linn County.
We could put it in a vault in the new
Should we keep saying it?
building. Yeah, why not?
Okay. All right, I've got some thoughts. I'll take that
Okay.
back to the designer and see what we can come back with, and we'll go from there. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chastity.
Thank you so much.
Planning and zoning?
Good morning, Ben Souza, Linn County Planning and Zoning Director. The first thing I'd like to go over would be the Troth subdivision, get that out of the way. He's not here. He said he was going to be out on vacation or somewhere else. So he's doing a division of his property, and it's just, east of Lacine. He had 8.62 acres of commercial land, and he's dividing it between 1.87 acre and remaining 6.39 acre. He pretty much just said that he's gotten an offer from some people up in the city for part of the land, so he's just trying to section it off. I believe he said there are storage units on there, and he wants to sell part of it and keep the other part and do something with it. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, there really was not a lot with that. I have the final plat in my office. I'll just need Jim to sign it if it's approved.
So at this time, I would just like to disclose ex parte communication with, was it what was his name, Marty?
Danny Troth?
Yeah, so he had come in last Monday, and before the meeting at the table had asked me if I had any questions regarding his lot split, and we had a short conversation, and that was about it. He walked out.
Okay.
What else?
I don't have a problem with the lot split.
I don't either.
I don't have any issues with it.
Okay. Then,
Make a motion.
yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Troth lot split.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, the next one will be the CUP 25-04 for Mulberry Limestone. Legal description, South or Section 30, Township 19, Region 25, 122.7 acres. It's up there off of what, 2400 Road, and what's the intersection? 2400 Road and what? Cali?
Valley.
Valley Road. Sorry, I didn't have that in here. Staff findings. The use does fit with the character of the neighborhood, as well as nearby properties are agricultural, and there is an existing rock quarry across the road. The zoning of nearby properties is agricultural and countryside. The property is suitable for proposed use. Rock quarries are allowed with a conditional use permit. Then go into the planning and zoning pass with a 6-0 vote, recommend for approval of this CUP. And then some of the conditions that we came up with that we went over was must comply with all state and federal regulations. The applicant conforms to the adopted comprehensive plan. Property is zoned agriculture and will remain zoned agricultural. Property has been operating as agricultural land since being zoned. Property is suitable for proposed use. With proper conditions, the use will be determinately affected to the public health, safety, welfare, and would benefit the public by providing a boost in local economy. Staff recommends approval of this application and subject to the following conditions. The use shall be operated as proposed on submitted plans and recommend documents in compliance with Linn County zoning regulations. All local, state, and federal regulations affected such business. The conditional use be reviewed, renewed at the end of 5 years from approval date. All state permits will be kept on file with the Linn County Planning and Zoning Office. Hours of operation 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Heavy equipment hours of operation shall not include maintenance or equipment loading or unloading of equipment or transportation operations that occur indoor and operations necessary by emergency situations. No storage of explosives. Egress and ingress to 2400 Road. To be concreted, dust control, berms, and buffers to be seeded with grass on the west berm with evergreen trees to conceal from highway. Pre-blast survey done to residents in the area at cost to the quarry. Road management plan must be created with the public works director. We'll have a 460-foot setback from the roadways and adjacent property lines. Is there any questions from me on this?
Not at this time.
I don't have.
All right. So I guess I'll open it up to.
We'll open up for public comment. Or is what for the rock quarry?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Walker, and I live at 23420 Valley Road. And we are here opposing the rock quarry. Our findings are, these are the findings that I spoke about a year ago last year here, and these all came from the comprehensive plan. And the first one is to create clear and compelling recommendations that align with the community-supported ideas and values. That really doesn't align with what we have going on up there. Protect the natural beauty and open spaces that make our county special. And this is something that you'll see right when you get into the county, like it's not even a half a mile right into Linn County. Preserve the rural character. Again, it's not preserving the rural character. Protect and enhance the rural character, strengthen the appearance of the public and private development along the primary corridors and promote a positive impression of the county. Encourage beautification along highway corridors. I know this sounds repetitive, but these are all separate statements in the comprehensive plan. And adopt land preservation districts to preserve open spaces, sensitive natural features and rural community character in residential developments, because it is kind of in the middle of a bunch of homes and land. Last year, there was about 80% of the landowners within the 1,000 feet range that were here that opposed it and still do today. And I've also spoken with 3 different realtors. So to me, they would kind of be the experts in the field on that. They're 25 years plus in the industry, and they all told me that it would definitely affect the value of our property. And then I just had one other question, and I guess it would actually be for Matt. The inspection on the foundations, how does that work when the foundations are, when our basement is finished? We have a finished basement.
I would just wait till you're,
Wait till your turn and he can explain it. then.
Okay, okay,
Okay.
and that's all I have. Thank you.
thank you, Stephanie.
Who's next?
Zach?
Dean Manuel with Austin Powder Company, and we do a lot of contract work for Mulberry Limestone for Matt Blessett now, as well as a lot of other quarries around in the area. We have done work at the existing quarry that's over there right now, but to address when you come out and do a pre-blast survey, we don't do those ourselves. We contract a third party to come out and do all those. And so new construction, existing construction, whatever it might be, they will come out and do a video, literally 360 degrees inside and outside your concrete foundation, basement, whatever you might have. They'll do the same thing with your roof lines, your outside window headers, door headers, do the same thing on the inside of your house. That way everything is noted, and, you know, provided we are within our legal limits on everything that we do via OSM, MSHA, EPA, or not EPA, DNR. They regulate some of our locations. We have to follow all the state guidelines, no matter what. So Missouri pretty much mirrors Kansas. We're at 133 decibels on air blast, on air blast, and we are at 2 inches peak particle velocity. That's movement in the ground. That's not physical movement. That's a sine wave that you see that's done by frequencies and hertz of the blast. And so as long as we don't exceed those limits, there's a lot of documentation out there to show that we won't do any damage to existing concrete or new construction concrete. So that said, if we get outside those limits and we find new damage, absolutely, we're big boys, we'll step up to the plate. If we have an exceedance on anything else, and we're governed by a lot of different bodies to make sure that we stay within our legal limits, and we would never design anything that we thought based on all the tools in our toolbox that would exceed those limitations. Sorry. Any other questions, or does that?
That answers.
Covers it for me.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Can I give you guys a copy of this paperwork so you can follow along with that too?
Thank you.
I'm Zach Walker. live and own the property at 23953 Valley Road, Lacey, Kansas, 66040. That'd be right here, Pro Square area. This is a map that I made from about a year ago on the previous time. Yellows marking residences, pink dots over top of yellows marking people who spoke out and or signed the petition that we sent around. I'm going to talk about negative effects of surface mines on property values. Summary is proposed mulberry limestone quarry has many different concerns for the people who are local to the proposed location, including noise pollution, air pollution, increased truck traffic due to increased availability, and special concrete rock not available at other local quarries like they've advertised for. Should bring in a different portion of people looking for the different style of rock. Concern on road conditions, not fitting the community, and more. I disagree with the county findings. I went through and looked at most of the local properties right there around the quarry. Most of them are rural or farm residents and or residential. Here we will be focusing mainly on the concern of property devaluations within the adjacent area to the proposed quarry that would be caused by all the reasons stated above using common sense and academic papers backed by mathematical equations and scientific studies. Property ownership is likely one of, if not the largest financial investment that most people will make in their lifetime, and a lot of folks, including myself, care about upgrading and maintaining what we have. Of all the factors that can possibly help or hurt the property value, most folks in the local area do a nice job to continue to help their property value. None of us are able to control what goes in around us, but can make voices heard as well as possible when something is coming in attempting to enter the area that will decrease value. Local folks have spoken out to not have their rights to clean air, stable property values, and safe, well-maintained roads taken away or partially diminished. The surface mining of rock can be inconsistent with public health and safety and would certainly damage property values of neighbors for miles around. Here we will use studies from Dr. Diane Height, one of the leaders in how local disamenities affect property values, the Center for Health, Environment, and Justice, a paper written by the Center for Spatial Economics using Dr. Height's studies, and a research paper written by George Eriksick, a senior research analysis with W.E. Upjohn Institute for Employee Research, which is internationally recognized independent nonprofit economic research organization established in 1945, also written using Dr. Height's findings to briefly show the findings of these studies and how they may affect local land and residential values close to the proposed quarry area. Dr. Height's findings used over 24 mathematical equations, well-grounded in scientific and academic research. George Eriksick wrote this article at the request of Richland Township Planning Commission in Michigan to provide an estimation of the economic impact of proposed gravel mining operation in the local area. Eriksick states economists have found that hedonic pricing models are extremely useful in isolating the contribution of specific factors on the price of housing as well as other goods. First developed by Chicago University economist Sherwin Rosen in 1974, hedonic pricing models use a statistical regression technique that allows the researcher to estimate the impact of one factor. Example is the proximity of a local neighborhood park, on the value of a house while holding all the other factors impacting the house value constant. There is an extensive literature applying hedonic pricing models to studies that affect the environmental disamenities on residential property values. These studies generally show that proximity to landfills, hazardous waste sites, and the like has significant negative impact on the price of a residential property. Professor Height, an economist who has published widely in the area of property value impact analysis, has recently applied the hedonic pricing methodology to study the effects of a gravel mine on nearby residential values. This appears to be the only rigorous study of gravel mine impacts on property values. I found a bunch on coal mines, but there wasn't just a whole lot of studies on gravel pits. But her study is based on detailed data from Delaware County, Ohio, that were collected by the Ohio State University for the purposes of studying land use planning. I examines the effects of distance from a 250-acre gravel mine on the sale price of 2,552 residential properties from 96 to 98. Her model controls for a large.
All the time.
I didn't get to the meat of it, but basically the meat of it is that you got a graph right here that shows distance from the mine in miles and percent reduction on value price, resale price, however you want to look at it. And it's all caused from the negative. The decrease on pricing is all caused from the negative effects or the negative things that happen when you put the mine in, like I spoke about earlier. Yeah, I just wanted to use my house as a quick example. I'll get off of here, but in 2024, if let's say everything stayed the same, my house appraised for roughly $463,000. If the proposed quarry was put in this location based on the height model, all else staying the same, it could potentially lose roughly $139,000 of property value according to the height model, because my house is roughly 1/3 of a mile away from proposed quarry site. And there are hundreds of houses located within the 3-mile distance, and that's the chart uses 3-mile distance. And then the quality of life that rural residents come to expect from their dwellings come from a total of peace, solitude, closest to nature, and many other great qualities. And I'm also concerned about property being devalued greatly, and I hope that the concerns are heard. I appreciate you guys letting me talk. I know I ran over, but I tried to get it over as fast as I could. So
Okay.
I appreciate you letting me come up.
So how much does the existing quarry affect land values?
I mean, I got my house appraised last year with the other quarry already being there for $463,000. So I could assume that there would already be some sort of
Negative impact?
negative impact, but I can't speak on it considering my house is brand new. So it was,
So
I can't take
built your house there next to the existing quarry?
Yep. I got a good deal on the land, and it was right for my family. So sometimes you gotta take your lumps and bumps along the way, but that doesn't mean I want one on both directions of me. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan.
Morning. My name is Patrick Hughes. I'm with the Adams Jones Law Firm in Wichita, and I'm here on behalf of Mulberry Limestone Quarries. We're here, of course, because the staff and the Planning Commission have both recommended that the conditional use permit be approved. At the Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commission had the opportunity to hear from a number of industry experts on various topics that were raised, including the question of land values. And rather than going through the problems with the height report, I would point out to you that other studies that really go through and analyze that in detail were provided to the Planning Commission. And so they considered those issues at the time they decided unanimously to recommend this to you. Why is it that this is a good project for the county? It's a good project because what we're looking at is what is the best use of the land for the overall community and for the landowner. And here we have a rock resource that can't be found everywhere. This is an unusually good site for a quarry for a couple of reasons. One is it's got a very good rock resource, and it is a rock resource that is close to the surface, so there's not a lot of overburden that needs to be removed. It's also a rock resource that has a grading quality that it's very hard stone. Because it's so hard, it's able to be used for KDOT projects, but it also means that if you're using it on things like county roads, because it's hard, it doesn't disintegrate as fast. It doesn't become the dust that you sometimes see on county roads that you can get with softer rock. So this is a good resource, natural resource that's in place on land that is not particularly high quality land for agricultural purposes. And it's also located near other things in the general area that have similar or greater impacts. We've already talked about the fact that there's another quarry site. There's also a power plant. power plant that produces for its neighbors coal dust that then settles down on the ground. So we're in an area where we also have a highway coming through. We've got other things in this community that are consistent with the rock quarry. And the quarry that's being proposed is not simply an open pit that everybody can see. Instead, what we're talking about is a rock quarry that will have a berm that surrounds it that will prevent visibility of what's going on, as well as providing some sound protection, some significant sound protection. It will be a rock quarry that has a setback that is a minimum of 460 feet from the property lines. And for surrounding buildings, it's going to be much more than that. I think the closest one might be about 750 feet. It's a project that has, where there are existing transportation routes. And where one of the conditions, of course, is to work on making sure that those routes are adequate for the sorts of loads that are going to be coming out of there. It's a place where there are neighbors who oppose it, but there are also neighbors who support it. There are about, I think, 11 the neighbors who are in favor of it, maybe 8 who are against. And the reasons for the support and being against are really more important than the numbers. It would seem that what we have is a concern for, are we going to preserve the natural beauty? Well, the landowner has no obligation to preserve natural beauty for anyone. But here, what do we have? We have a berm that prevents it from being visible. It's going to be seeded. We're going to have trees planted there. It's in the neighborhood of a power plant and an existing quarry that does not have that same level of concern for what it looks like. We have some concerns about property values, but property values in an area where if there were going to be an impact, we have an impact already occurring because of the existing quarry, because of the existing power plant. And so we have an area where whatever kinds of impacts those are going to have are likely to already be there. But what we also know is that for this particular site, at the corner of 2400 and Valley Road, there is a landowner who is planning with the quarry, if it comes into place, building a new home. What the Planning Commission was able to see, and it's in your slide deck that's in front of you, is a couple of pictures of other quarries in Kansas where what we see is after the quarries open, people are building houses nearby. This is, I think, at the back of your slide deck. And you'll see, it's maybe about in the middle. And there's the Bayer Quarry that's in Pottawatomie County, 35 new houses and a horse arena have been built since that quarry was put in place. In the Midwest Minerals Quarry in Parsons, another 15 houses since 1992, some as close as 325 feet. And these are just some examples. But what we see is when people actually have to make a choice, the choice they're making is quarries are not that big of a deal. And the reason they're not that big of a deal is because their impacts really aren't all that significant. What you have is some blasting that is happening on occasion in order to blow the rock off of the face. And then you have, but that's not something that's happening daily. It's not something that's happening weekly necessarily. And then you have the crushing operations. The crushing operations are in a sunken pit with berms that not only protect from visibility, but also sound. All right. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to address them. We also have the people from Mulberry Limestone who can address anything that you'd like to have addressed. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Matt Blesson, I'm Mulberry Limestone. I'm up here with Jake Wade. And basically, if you got any questions, answer. You got another thing I want to touch on is the pressure. We figured up on geology, there's 30-foot ledge. We're going to be 50 foot in the ground by the time. We're going to start out on top. We're moving the crushing plant down to the pit. The geology, how far is it, Jake, from the property line we're stepping at that?
To her nearest building, it's 460 foot because they built their building basically right on the property line. So it's, yeah.
And how deep in the ground we're gonna be, as far as the geology?
Oh, at that point, it's gonna be like around 70 feet.
70 foot deep?
But when we get up there, I mean, like, you know, it's gonna be a while before we get up to that point. So we're starting on the north end of the property and go that direction.
What we plan on doing is water reservoir. They can either be houses around it, recreation or fishing. That's what I try to plan on all the quarries, is something to do with recreation and water. It just won't be an empty vacant lot like you see in mining.
You're seeding the berm down and putting, trees on it?
Yes.
I guess.
We're gonna do 200 pounds per acre of seed, so it's gonna be a substantial amount. And I anticipate that we'll probably, realistically, we'll have to treat that for about a year or two for broadleaf stuff, things that are, you know, there's thistles all around the neighborhood. Ryan can attest to that. So we're gonna have to spray it for a while and then we'll put our trees on it. We're just gonna use eastern cedar trees.
How big of trees will you just install when you?
Saplings, I mean, because they seem to get the best root system. If you get something too big, it seems like they don't do as well. So something pretty small, and then we'll have the water from the pit to irrigate those. We could put a drip line in around to make sure that they.
How often will you go back and replant the ones that?
Right, oh, when one dies, we'll put another one right back in. Yeah. Yeah. And another thing I want to touch base on is that, like I said many times, that I grew up in this county and my family's been here for a while, and I care about that land. I want it to look nice because everybody else around there has done the exact same to their place and wants to look nice. So I don't want this to be some eyesore that, you know, people have to look at. And we're going to do our best to make it nice. And we're going to go over the top, you know. Stephanie doesn't know, but I think she said at the planning and zoning meeting that I don't live in that house on the northwest corner, but we're just getting ready to move into it. We did a lot of work and made a lot of upgrades to it, and we're just hoping to get in August 1st is what we're hoping. So it's going to be in my backyard, and you know, so I'm going to make the area nice. That's what we want to do, and Matt's he's on the same page. And really, I mean, all it takes is for any one of these people to reach out to me. I mean, I'm pretty sure they all have my phone number. If they have a problem with anything, just give me a shout and we'll get it taken care of. So that's my intention, is to work with my neighbors and get along with everybody.
Right now, we are currently working with the counties, and we're holding rock prices down for the counties, Crawford County, Cherokee County. And they've called around like different quarries. It's my competition, and they can't believe what they're paying. They've already told me that.
One of the guys is charging what, $650 a ton for road rock?
Yes.
Same outfit. They're charging $650 down here, but up here where they can, you know, take advantage of people, it's $22 and, you know, 25 cents to the general citizen, but to the county, I think it's around $14 or something. So, you know, that's not right, in my opinion. I was always taught you figure your profit margin, what you need to make, and that's what you stick by. You don't take advantage of people. And so.
Can you speak on the road management plan? Any thoughts on that? We
basically, our driveway entrance will be a KDOT approved. We put 2 of them in already. Yeah, and our driveway entrance will be the same level as your blacktop.
My thing is the roads around there, all roads everywhere they all need maintenance. It's a continual thing, right? But what's important is that you have somebody in your community who wants to work with you and is realistic on things and wants the area to be a better place, you know? So I think the roads around there could use some improvement, and we're here to do that. The actual 2 roads, Valley Road and 2400, are in really good shape considering the truck traffic that's on there. I mean, you take a quarry and put it in, you know, somewhere over here where there isn't a quarry, and those roads would be demolished. But I think it's from
Go ahead.
I think it's from years past when those were gravel. there was so much gravel put on there and packed in so well over the years and crowned and maintained. And finally, when they put a hard surface on there, that's what allowed the hard surface to do so stand up so well, because that, you know, it's the only hard surface is only good as the material underneath of it. And that's the bottom line.
Got to have a base.
How do you guys feel about the corner coming out there to Linn Valley?
Well, I actually cleared, I had concerns about it from probably 15 years ago. And there was a lot of vegetation, brush, trees that were dead on both corners. And I gave the city of Linn Valley a really good pricing on getting that taken care of, because I felt that it needed to be done for safety, because it was just dangerous. You know, I mean, that's the bottom line. It was dangerous and it needed to be taken care of. And we worked together to get that done at a more than fair price.
I don't have any other questions.
I don't have anything.
All right. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Ben.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's it for me for the rock quarry.
As far as ex parte communication, I just want to let everybody know that on April 16th, I had a 12-second call with Jacob Wade asking for Jesse Walton's contact information. As our public works director, I texted him that contact. That's been my only communication with either side.
I had communication with Stephanie Walker last week. She called me. Didn't really ask me any questions, just told me about this hearing coming up, because I was gone last week. That was my communication. Then there was one other lady, and I can't remember her name, but it was, the conversation there was shorter. It wasn't anything but asking me any kind of communication of anything.
Same with me. I had communication with Stephanie Walker and then also Linda Calvert.
That would have been, yeah.
And I did read through her letter, but it was provided in the staff report. For me, as a commissioner, I do have a duty to exercise judgment and act in the public's best interest and not under duress. And I'm not comfortable with how today has played out at all, from multiple legal standpoints. So I make a motion, we table the vote to August 18th. I need time to review this and also seek outside counsel. That's my motion.
Till August 18th. Is that you?
August 18th.
Someone can second or you guys?
I'm not seconding it.
Motion dies for lack of a second.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 25-05, a resolution approving the conditional use permit for CUP 25-04 for Mulberry Quarry to the permit and establishment of an operation of a rock quarry in the agriculture zone, and accept the findings of the Planning and Zoning Commission with their 6-0 vote with the conditions that were put in place.
Can I add to that, or if
Well, yeah.
I can't?
You have to second it and then you can add for discussion. Right?
It should be that way.
We can't have discussion until there's a second.
Second.
You can make a motion to amend that.
Now I can.
No.
Yeah, or you can.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes, I have a lot to say.
Okay, go ahead. I've got another.
So to me, I just feel like we've been bullied into a position to vote a certain way today from multiple attorneys that have been on the case. I don't have time to review everything that was given to me this morning. Also, I just feel like the entire project, I could go over my personal findings on the project. I'll just go ahead and do that. So the proximity to the residential area and the city limits, cumulative impact over saturation of quarry operations, inconsistency with Linn County Comprehensive Plan, substantial public opposition. And I definitely feel like we have been forced to vote a certain way today.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I disagree with you on that, from my perspective. And I feel like that the comprehensive plan, that the majority of the things in that were addressed through the additional setbacks, the buffers, the conditions that were put in to try to remedy and allow this to work together with those concerns.
And this project hasn't just been about the commissioners making a decision today. There have been multiple legal and attorneys involved in this for over a year now. And this is not based on the findings of just today. This is based on over a year of attorney communication outside of our knowledge.
What I'd like to see is a traffic study done on the corner. Added to your deal to where the rock quarry pays for the traffic study to determine what we're doing to that intersection in,
So that would be the corner of 2400 and Olery Road.
whichever road's in front of,
Is that the correct road?
the one that's in front of, Linn Valley right there, that has a concrete bridge that sits on the south side of it, that all the equipment that comes in there, it's gonna be a dangerous corner. I mean, and I realize we're using it, but I'd like a traffic study done and, the quarry or the landowner be the one and stand the cost of the traffic study.
So does that mean it has to go back to planning and zoning to have those items added into the actual conditional use permit? Because we have 3 options.
You all can add additional conditions if that's what you choose.
So are you making a motion to add that amendment to the motion?
To the motion, yes.
Okay, I'll second the amendment of the 2400 and Olery Road traffic study paid for by the quarry.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Okay, so we're just now voting on the amendment.
Amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Now what?
Now we're
Gonna vote?
back. We can have discussion and continue discussion or proceed to a vote on the motion that's at hand.
Do you have anything else?
Mm-mm.
It's been moved and seconded to proceed with the findings from the planning and zoning. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
2-1.
All right. Thank you,
Ben.
commissioners.
Thank you,
That's it
Ben.
for
Have a
me.
good day.
Jesse?
Morning, Commissioners. Jesse Walden with Public Works. Have a few things this morning. First, we had Roger Carbon came in last week as part of the fair board. Asked if we could go down with our boom mower and boom mow the bank of the creek down there for their fishing derby. He came in and filled out a public works assistance application. Asked if we can move forward with that and get that approved.
Roger or Kelly?
Roger Carbon came in.
We've done that multiple times. We've done it
Yeah.
spray and mow even.
Yeah, do we need to,
I just thought you asked for that. Kelly Carbon asked that last week. I thought we approved that. I don't know why.
No. No, that wasn't in last week's meeting that I remember.
I remember hearing it, but I don't have an issue with it.
okay,
I'll make that motion. Let me
I'll second the motion for the assistance with the county fair.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
It's just.
All in favor, say aye.
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 also they asked us to bring down a couple of dumpsters. We've got that scheduled in for today to bring down a couple of dumpsters down there out of the fair. The other thing that was brought to my attention was using a grader and a roller for the tractor pulls. I guess we've done this in the past down there. We do have an employee who's volunteered to go down there for that, if that's something that we can continue to do this year also.
I thought we already said last week. Yes, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I'm fine with
I'm
it
good
too.
with it.
Okay,
Yep.
we will get that in order down there. I have 2 burial permits for Page Enterprises. The first one is 2025-12. This one is going to be down on Ungenhauer, just south of East 700 Road. It's going to be a 1-inch water line. They're going to bore under the road. The other one is 2025-13. This one is going to be on West 1900 Road, just west of Farland Road. It'll be the same thing. It'll be a 1-inch water line crossing the road.
I'll make a motion that we approve Page Enterprises burial permit 2025-12 on Ungenhauer Road, East 700, 1-inch water line. Do you want me to do them together?
We said that we needed to do them separately.
Separately, usually is what we do.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'll make a motion we approve burial permit 2025-13, West 1900 Road, west of Farland.
Farland Road.
Farland, 1-inch water line.
I'll second that motion as well.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, last week we discussed the handheld radios to replace those two-way radios that we have in our equipment and shops. Jim, you weren't here last week. I had Chris Martin come in and help explain this. We got the quotes from AT&T on this. For the multi-bay chargers, we're going to need 4 of those. That came to a total of $980 for the chargers. And then for 25 of the portable handheld units at $395.99 a piece, that came to $9,899.75.
What was that figure again, the last one?
$9,899.75.
For 25?
Yes.
Okay.
So our total cost. Second. So you got the 980 plus that.
980.99 and it's going to come to $10,879.75.
Okay. Did you look back at the discussion of that at
Yeah,
all?
and that's gonna cheapen up the monthly charge from
Yep.
17 back to 9 or something.
Yep. And then we'll just use our tablets on the Wi-Fi, so there won't be any data rate charges on those tablets. And the guys can still put their work in every day on those tablets.
No, just wait till they get back to the shop to do that.
Yep. Now they can still, from what I understand with Chris, if they take those with them, they can still put in their data. When they get in, then it will upload onto the system once it hooks back up to the Wi-Fi. So they can still put all their data in as they go out.
How fast will this return? I've seen something that said to the return on.
Can't remember what Chris said. It as far as
3 years.
yeah.
And that's not counting the piece of equipment that we may have to replace to keep those radios working at the tower site.
On the tower side,
That's just on the monthly. He was saying last week that we could spend, what was it, $11,000 or $12,000 on
Just
just
to
that
replace that.
receiver
Correct.
right.
or the repeater, whatever it was from that standpoint. I'm in favor of moving ahead with the radios.
You have it in your budget for it, I guess.
We do, yes.
I don't have an issue with that.
I'll make a motion, we approve radio purchase for $10,879.75. 25 radios.
I'll second that motion.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. I got an email this morning from Peppercorn Engineering. This deals with the 1095 mill and overlay project. His email reads, I think we're just about complete with all of the KDOT requirements for the 1095 mill and overlay project. One of the last signatures we need from you is on the cover of the plans. We've sealed the plans, but we still need a signature from a local public official recommending the plans for KDOT approval. He went ahead and attached this and sent it to me. So I printed off a copy in case you wanted to see it. It's just the distance, the area that we're going to go through and mill and overlay back on. He did send me all the PDF file of the plans of what they're going to do, where they're going to put the signs, parts of the roads they're going to fix through there. But this is the one that I need to sign and send back to them, just so you're aware of that.
Do we need a motion allowing Jesse to sign that? Or,
Yeah, this is just similar to plating documents. So in the same way that you all sign plating documents or authorize to sign it is the same way you would sign this one.
I'll make a motion that we allow Jesse to sign the document for 1095 for the north half mill and overlay.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The last thing I have is we went and got quotes from Enterprise on vehicles. Wanted to share that with you today. What I had done was to
You're referring to the fleet?
Excuse me.
Fleet Enterprise?
Yes. Was to do 3 half-ton pickups and 1 3/4-ton pickup. The monthly rate on the half-ton pickup would be $756.53 a month. And on the 3/4 ton pickup would be $1,026.74 a month. And I just done it with one of those 3/4 ton, but 3 half-ton pickups.
How long is that payment schedule?
I believe it's ongoing until you update the vehicle and then you enter a new contract lease. Jacqueline agrees.
I haven't seen this specific one, but that is similar to what was offered to the sheriff.
Seems like a lot.
Seems high to me.
Just a million. Expensive.
Have we got the numbers back from the sheriff?
We told him to go ahead and do what he was in charge of that.
I was just trying to compare it.
We never approved it or denied it. We told him it was this budget, right?
Correct.
My opinion is that as I opt out of it, not do it.
I'm good with that.
I feel I'm okay with that as well, and maybe stay in contact with James on how it's going for him, what's it looking like, was it more than what he thought, like before we get all into it with the rest of the county.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Kind of circle back with James before we move forward with that, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. What else?
Do we need any trucks now, though? Are you?
No, the amount of miles we put on our pickups, the foremans are the ones that put the most mile on their pickups than the rest of our fleet, so I don't.
Okay, no major concerns there.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
I did reach out to James Gambrell with the insurance company on the courthouse. He referred me to Al Gardner about the roof, who's the general adjuster. I have not heard back from Al yet. I did leave him a voicemail to call me back to see where we're at with the courthouse roof. So we're waiting on that. The Justice Center, I left a note in my email where they're at. I'm going to get a hold of Bill Matlock again today to see if he's heard anything back from High Tech to figure out what else they're proposing to help out with and to do on soundproofing the jury room on there.
Do we have any grounds to stand on at all, Jacqueline, since they're not soundproof?
I need to review the original contract to see what you all put in there. So if we're saying that we're evaluating whether or not there's a breach, then that determines the length. That would be dependent upon the original
It
length.
was just the timing. You guys were out of time by the time you complained about it. That's what I thought I understood. We waited too long. We didn't hear from across the street in
It was
time.
brought to my attention that there wasn't a jury trial in there for some time.
That was the
be there.
reason they gave it, because they did not have a jury trial, but if it wasn't soundproof the day one. That's my question.
So the original contract would be with Danielle
Goldberg.
and Goldberg. Okay. We could do you want to have Jacqueline review the original contract?
I'd like to have her look at it myself just to see if she can.
I'm good with that.
I feel like they've already done that somewhere along the lines, but
Yep, I do have them. I can share them with Jacqueline now.
Okay.
I did leave a note in there about the Parker compactor where we had a power surge Thursday evening due to lightning strike up there. We went up there Friday, looked at the compactor, and everything was back in working order. The operator had told us that it was making some funny sounds. We went up, checked it over. Everything seemed to be working properly. So
Is it working better since they changed the pump?
So we're headed up this week, either today or tomorrow, going to do a pressure test on the cylinder itself and the pump. We received, I had the landfill call me when they changed the box out. We received the same tonnage in the box. So we're going to go and see if that cylinder is bypassing itself. We've got bad seals in it to see if that's the problem, why we're not getting the tonnage that we should be getting in the box. So
Okay.
just slowly going through and eliminating the possibilities of what could be happening up there.
Okay.
Jesse, I have a quick question about that courthouse thing, the soundproofing part of it.
Yes.
Did you say you were waiting to see how much it was going to cost to remedy it, or you already do know how much it's going
So
to cost?
there was extra things that were going to be done that were waiting for high tech to get us that quote on that. So that's what Bill had mentioned.
Can you confirm what we've already done?
We haven't done anything.
All we've done is look at it.
We've ordered
the
We've
tile.
ordered the ceiling tiles. We have the bad insulation. We do have some soundproofing panels. They're all out here in the storage.
Just in storage. Okay.
Correct.
That's what I.
They did order the door seals, so those should be coming here.
Okay.
I need to get with
Did
Sheriff.
someone not come back and down and soundproof the conduit and things?
As far as I know, nothing's been done.
Nothing's been done.
Correct.
They talked about that at one time, that they were coming down to for warranty work on that.
And I think that was one of the things that High Tech was going to do on that warranty, but don't quote me for sure on that.
Just
sheetrock and
Mhm.
it was sheetrock joints and conduit.
Yep.
Can you just keep the Justice Center on there for next week? Circle back.
Okay. Can do. You have anything else for me?
I had a couple of things. 900 bridge or 900 road. Are we any farther on getting that fixed over on?
Yep. So I'm planning to get in there next week. We've got a few projects that these guys are wrapping up in the road department. I'm planning on getting in there next week to get started on that. I also, just so you're aware, I did reach out to a contractor just in case we get tied up, just to give me an idea, ballpark of what it would cost him to go ahead and put those in. I did tell him that we would provide all the dirt. We have all the materials. It's just equipment and labor that needs to go into that. So.
Okay. And then the lake signs, did we ever get with the city councils?
Not yet. We haven't got with them yet, no. So Denny went back and measured the lettering on the signs. The first quotes he got for Kreitzer and Mound City Lake, he did them with 6-inch lettering. He
Yep.
said that there's 3-inch lettering on those signs, so he was going back
Redoing it.
and getting that redone.
Okay. I just moved it to August 18th. If we can do lake signs on August 18th. Is that doable, maybe?
Yep.
Do you need help going to the city councils and asking, or can you just send an email to them?
I think we can just send an email to them
I think
and
that
let them know.
The other thing, I just wanted to make sure the cost share program, because when I first came in here, we denied the cost share program. And so we're now getting to the time where we're ready to apply, when we said we were going to possibly apply in the fall
What cost share program?
for the roads. How we weren't ready to, we didn't have plans, we didn't have studies, we didn't have the roads that we wanted. We didn't agree on the roads we were updating. So when I was asking to do that cost share for
The state of
Renee
Kansas.
Slinkard, it was, the questions were, is that the road out of all the roads in Linn County that we need to focus on? And so we were going to circle back to that. I just want to make sure we're prepared to circle back on that when that cost share comes out again. I think it's in September. So are we going to try to apply for a grant? That was the one when we were working with Miami County. But before we even get to that, we have to find out which road
What we want.
or roads were we trying to apply for if we are going to continue with the cost share program. There's a lot to it. It's obviously a grant. So, getting with Southeast Kansas Regional Development, having their input. Remember, the reason why they didn't help us that last time was because of the turnaround on the time. It was doing a week or the end of the month. So I just don't want to get in a position where it's due in a month and we don't have it ready to go again. So how can we?
And we haven't budgeted for this in any way, shape, or form in any of our budget meetings.
As far as over or blacktopping more road is what you're saying. And I'm with Jason on that. We haven't budgeted for any extra road, and we're up doing
1095 and 1850
for next year.
Totally agree. I just feel like when we are speaking to the public and we are telling them that, hey, we're going to look at this again in the fall, or hey, we're going to look at this again next year, we have to prepare ourselves and get it ready and move forward, whether it's a no or a yes. I just want to be really clear because I get phone calls, and when we don't do what we say we're going to do, I don't mind if that's the decision that we're making. We're not going to do the cost share program because we haven't budgeted for it in 2026. But we need to let them know because we are leading them on to, back when we told her no, we were going to look at it. We said in an open public comment that we were going to review it and make sure we had the right roads, that this is the road we really wanted to focus on to repair.
And
And
I
we would
think
look
for me,
into it.
Ally, I think that, I think our costs are spot on. I don't think we can cheapen it up the way that they were asking us to. And I think the 1850 road project proves that. The fact that we came over and capped that with just our chip and seal, and now we're having to go back and fix those issues. I think that means that we didn't exactly handle that right the first time when we built that road. We just came in over the existing gravel road and put our cap on it instead of doing the overlay as we've done in other areas.
I would agree. When you're talking about 1850 road and we just approved, what was it, like a little over $200,000 to fix that road. That is another opportunity where we could have used the cost share program. They would have, up to 50%, right, of a match. So we could have saved the taxpayers if we would have just applied for the grant. So that was a road. I feel like we kind of get in this bubble of when it's life threatening and this road is disintegrating to nothing, then we fix it. And then we haven't used the resources that were available to apply for these cost share programs or grants or high risk rural roads, Vision Zero, all of those things. I don't feel like we have a plan for the roads in the county.
Okay.
I would like to work on a road plan and working with Vision Zero. Because in a few months when it comes back up and Renee's in here asking about it, we're going to be able to give her the same reason. We don't know if that's the road we want to work on because we don't know if that's the road that's in the worst condition in the county. That's the same position you'll probably stand on because we haven't looked into anything other than just what the public is coming in and telling us. How do we do a better job of mapping out the roads that Jesse is saying, hey, we need to fix this, we need to do here. Todd's come in multiple times on multiple things that he would like to fix. And whether it's like a detailed capital improvement plan for the county, I just feel like we need to do that for the roads.
I personally think we're having a hard time keeping up with the blacktop roads that we have now as far as.
Well, we didn't repave any of them last year.
Right, that's what I'm saying is,
And we're already giving budget cuts and things that way as we try to be judicious with our dollars. I don't have an issue with us collaborating with Public Works on trying to come up with a plan in place on where our focus needs to be.
I would like to do that and work with Southeast Kansas Regional Planning and the Vision Zero and trying to figure out how can we get, on track of things that you guys want to accomplish for the county. Also the roads that are high risk that we need to focus on and match that up with work order tickets that we have complaints and then public input. So I feel confident saying we've looked at these 10 roads and, the road that she's wanting paved, that's not our concern together collectively. I just want to make sure we've done the research so I can say that confidently to her. Like, oh, no, that's not the one we're focusing on because this one's actually dangerous to drive on. We need to focus on that. So I don't know if that looks like a team to getting together. Do you have any suggestions of how you'd want to proceed with roads?
I would like to recommend that you look at the report that just came in that you all signed from the investigation that was done, because they had to do a very thorough job on investigating the roads in the county. And so if Jesse were to use that as an initial guide, and then make a proposal for you guys from there, because that would also show your guys' response to their investigation. So if you asked Public Works to create a 5 or 10 year plan based on the report from
On the Safe Roads for All.
on the Safe Roads report.
Okay, is that doable, Jesse?
They haven't released the fall dates for cost share. So if we could circle back in August 11th on rural road county plan, is that okay? Jesse? Is that okay?
Anything else?
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you, Jesse.
Jesse, have a good day.
We'll open up for public comment. We have any? Okay, we'll close public comment.
Commissioners, I wanted you to be aware that the sheriff's budget is up for discussion. He's unavailable after noon at 12 p.m. He's requesting that if you still want to discuss his budget with him today, that you allow him to come sooner than later so we can have that discussion before his appointment.
You guys got anything coming up?
Sure.
Whenever you get here, that's fine. We'll make it work. Towing application.
I attached a copy in your SharePoint. I've sent it to Jacqueline for review. The sheriff and I both discussed it, made a couple of tweaks.
What were you talking about again? Sorry.
I emailed you the towing application form. The sheriff still would like to make some updates to our bylaws in regards to our towing rotation policy and procedures. So we're working together to make that happen. Allison asked for an application. This is what we came up with, kind of spells out getting us all the information up front, knowing that they're going to be asked to be responsible and answer to the sheriff or someone from the sheriff's department in regards to what trucks they're using, who's operating their trucks, when is their company going to be available, what hours of operation are their trucks going to be available. The application you'll see on the second page has a application date submitted, application date approved, who approved it, and then the commissioner's signature line as well.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it, but I would just like to say I've asked for Jesse to, I don't know if you were here when I asked this, to come up with the fillable forms regarding any application, whether it be like for dumping or the towing. So when we have the new website created, you can click on it, you can print it, or you can fill it out on your computer. It's kind of an updated way. Most websites are ran that way. Most forms are filled out that way. I said I could help, but when saying that, I do not have the right Adobe
to create it.
subscription. So it's like, I don't know if that's something you guys want me to help with or not, but that, I think you said it was around $300 for me to have it. And so it's either that or we delegate each office to do it. So I don't have the capabilities of doing it.
So I did create this.
Unless someone can put me under their office, I guess, as a user. that's an opportunity.
Did Chris say if anyone in the county has that level of Adobe available?
Yes, he did. I thought every department. I know Chastity has it, and I don't know if I could be a user under a specific office or department, but it's out of their budget if they want it. And so maybe we should circle back with Chris on that,
I think we should.
because I think it would be beneficial if I could help a little bit with that, just to kind of ease some of the burden, because we're trying to get those all uploaded before the website comes out. You guys are okay with me working with Chris? I'm trying to figure out how to get a user.
I am.
license. Okay.
I'm good with that.
Would you guys like one as well?
No.
No. You can do it for us.
Okay. Well, I don't really want to. I feel like I can go into a department, maybe be a user, but I don't know. I'll look at it. Oh, thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
So I didn't have any questions or comments on the towing application form that you sent out.
I don't either. I
You're just wanting it to be a PDF.
I would like it to be a fillable PDF form. Sure. And then consistency on, again, with the letterhead, and we were working on that through the PDF fillable form. So
Okay.
fonts, things like that. But it'll come in time. I just think as long as we have it. It's up to you.
Go ahead, come on.
Jenny and I have been working on that on the road department. I did get her set up with Adobe Acrobat last week. So her and I both now have the licensing, and we can do that on our departments, and we have updated ours this past week. I don't know what the other departments want to do though.
Okay.
So that's just want to let you know.
Okay.
Thank you. I know that was a lot of work. So thank you.
Okay.
You can give it to they have
So do we need to wait to,
As far as like the other departments, like what?
but the towing application,
Oh.
the thing that's actually before us today, do we,
We need to approve.
the verbiage or? Yeah.
So, Chair Banks, I was working with Danielle on this, and the towing application that she sent over to me is great as far as an application process, because it kind of hits the high points of what we need and what we're requiring. But we also, on the back end, that if you're going to tow for us, here is our guidelines. And that's what I'm also working with her on. So if somebody walks in and says, I want to tow for you, we hand them the guidelines, we hand them the application, and they have to meet everything. So the guidelines are like the rule book, and that's what's going to help them fill out the application.
Right.
And then once we're done with that, so we need both. And I'm not sure, I don't want to get in the middle of your business of what you're voting on, but the one that Danielle and I created last week, I'm good with as far as the application goes, but we have not got the guidelines down yet.
How much do you need?
It'll be, I would imagine we could probably have it drawn up this week as far as that goes. And there's no rush on this right away, I feel, but we could present them both together with the guidelines, and that they're kind of going to mirror each other, but there's also some verbiage in the guidelines that set a standard for the tow companies. You are going to do this, you're not going to do this.
We got 2 more weeks or 2 or 3 more weeks to come up with it.
Well, we can. If we get it done this week, I'd like to put it on the agenda for next week.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that. The only concern I would have is if we're going to have them reference the guidebook, and if they mess up something in the guidebook, then on the application, can we add a line that they've read through
Oh, that's a good
the
idea.
guidelines?
Yeah,
That they're
that's,
signing off on.
that they're signing off on that they understand the rules of the county
Good idea.
and agree to comply with them.
and agrees to comply with the,
And if you want to send it to Jacqueline for her to go over that, because there's a lot of verbiage in here regarding the sheriff. I just want to make sure we don't
Take a look.
put you at any risk too.
right. And that's also what the guidelines are going to do, is they're going to limit our
litigation or risk. They're going to limit that. Exposure, yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. And then I don't, do you have the Adobe?
I do.
Okay.
I don't know how to.
We can talk about that.
No problem.
Okay.
I like it from what I'm seeing so far.
Well, we'll move on to the budget then.
So I didn't know this, but the other counties are all getting together and we're meeting with Wyandotte County today, and it happened to fall right when I'm supposed to be here. So anyways, being that they're one of our major supporters of the jail, we feel that we need to be up there with support for them. So
What is it, contract negotiation type?
no, it's not on, it's over the deputy that got shot.
Okay.
Mhm. So, we did receive Wyandotte County's contract. There's actually one line in there that I'm not saying we don't agree with, but we want it expanded upon. And then we've got that over to Jacqueline and we're moving forward with that. So we'll have our new contract here shortly.
Okay.
In regards to budgets, I did put this page in your SharePoint if you'd like to look at it. Sheriff Akes has revised his budget, I think 3 times since his
Yes.
original presentation.
I did.
He's already cut the budget by almost $100,000.
Correct.
His original ask. If you scroll down
Is it
to
under-
the second to the last page is his most revised budget that he's presenting.
It's
In the SharePoint, is it in
The July
28? Oh,
28.
budget discussions.
It's in budget discussions.
7/28/25 budget discussion
July
PDF.
28 budget discussions. So you gotta go back. Go home.
I was just looking for sheriff's report, sorry.
Commission. Okay, 2025 meetings.
You said it's 28.
Yeah. 7/28 budget discussion. Right there, the PDF. Third down.
Third down.
What page is that on?
That is the second to the last page.
Thank you.
I do have a copy of his first original budget if you'd like to see it. This revision has not made it into Scott Lloyd's
Figures.
proposed budget yet.
And the total is the 4.6.
No, he went down to,
4643.
That's what I thought.
oh, I'm looking at, on page 14. Why does that have 3.8 then?
I'm sorry, that's subtotal for page 1. Here are both pages.
Okay, no, you're fine.
Can you explain, James, what all this, I mean, where the majority of this is coming from? I mean, there's new employees, I know, and how many?
So we've taken out the new deputy out of there for this year. The only new employee that I'm asking for is Gayla Boyles. She is in our kitchen. She is currently part-time, and I've asked for her to go full-time. So we're already paying her half of her wages part-time here. And of course, you know, it would be the other half of the wages. We've taken we've added one more day to our VIN inspector accreditation manager. We've added one more day to him. And as far as everything else that has gone up in our wages is we noticed a deficit in our wages at the end of the year, and we're trying to figure out how we're coming up at a deficit at the end of the year when we knew what their wages were. And what it was we were finding out that when a deputy takes off or a jailer takes off or anything like that, we're so unique because we have to have that shift covered. Well, every employee is allowed 40 hours of vacation, and every employee on the sheriff's side has to take a mandatory, state mandated 40 hours continuing education. Well, no matter what, that has to be covered because we can't just take off and the road grader just sit there and you just do it without the employee that day. It has to be covered. So we originally put in for the extra 40 hours per deputy. For the vacation, we put in the extra 40 hours for the continuing education per deputy. Second, you ask us to cut, we turned around and cut. We cut out the 40 hours mandatory education and have decided to focus our 40 hours mandatory education when we have the school resource officers working in the summer, so it's not a burden to cover them. We had to keep the 40 hours vacation in, and I kept it 40 hours vacation for the employees because we have to have, with our jail staff, we have to have mandatory coverage. Deputy is the same thing. And we kept it. So you're going to see an increase of 40 hours per person to cover their vacation. That's where our deficit was. And, we can work around sick time. We can work around, the continuing education. So I took that out. I have a two-step increase, 32 cents per person in there. You asked me to project what I was going to spend next year. I projected 32 cents per person per hour, and that's where I come up with the numbers for that. And that was really the only two increases because we pulled out the extra deputy. I will probably look a couple of years next year, a couple of years down the road at looking at adding the extra deputy. At this point, I realized when we start looking at percentages and what that extra employee does, even though it would be convenient and it would take a lot of stress off, I look at the percentage that it dropped us when we took that, and that percentage is what I needed. We went from, I think, 10.8 to, and then we went down to 9.43. I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but anyways, I turned it in. But so then, taking that out, our other one is contractual. The contracts are beating us up this year. They're coming due. The jail's aging out of their contracts. We had an RMS system that we paid an 8-year contract with because they didn't think that we were going to take the bait, and we paid for it. And we paid for it when we were over at the old building. Well, we're now out of date, and they're going to make us pay for it. By the time that we look at another system and reintegrate and everything else like that, we're talking, over $500,000 to look at a new system. And it's just not economical for what the contract we can negotiate with. The jail, the anchor controls, the doors, everything's automated inside there. That came up. Our Axon contract that we had prepaid, our Axon contract, which is our body cams, dash cams. We had prepaid all that. It's due this year. Bobby Johnson, our undersheriff, we were looking at GTAC. GTAC was coming in strong. They said that we're going to do this, that, and the other, and they showed us. It was phenomenal what they were going to save us. We told Axon, sharpen your pencil. Bobby turned around and was in constant communication with Axon. Axon dropped it, and it was almost 98,000. It was 97 and some change, and that was what we negotiated off the contract. And I'm going to tell you, Axon is like the don't know if you would, the Mercedes of the car market, they've got their innovation all together. And they're the industry leader, and to have that savings to continue with Axon, it was a big deal. We've run into I have it here, machine. And of course, we still have our dispatch voice recording systems, our Guardian in the jail, our Echo controls. So all that together was where all that came in. As far as our big jump is when the contracts come due. Now we're negotiating contracts for the next 3 years, a lot of them, 5 years on some. One of our expenses, that we took up was, utilities, and it's just, and we didn't take it up a whole lot. I think we took it up 8%. Our groceries, we took up around 10%. It was pretty minor. Those are our two big things.
Does that come back through the contracts we have any? I mean,
Sorry, what?
the contracts we have any, can we, with the inmates coming in, you talk the groceries, it goes up. Does our contract with the federal prisoners and everything can't pick it up yet? I mean,
Well, yeah, it can be negotiated as far as that goes. We'll take that in consideration when we're negotiating the contract.
how far away are we negotiating that?
I don't know when the feds come up. And when Wyandotte County come up, it surprised me last week when we got it in the mail. I didn't know it was even ready to come up yet.
Is it going to offset the cost any? I mean, as far as what the groceries are and things? I mean, you say you talked about the contract, I guess.
So offsetting the cost of the groceries, a lot of it is outsourcing and not just taking the convenience of going to EVCO and saying, well, I guess they've got it, and I guess we'll just go with EVCO because they've got it. No, we're outsourcing now, and we're outsourcing meats and potato chips, and that's where we're going to try to cut our savings right there. But we have to be prepared that.
But you are taking that into account in your next round of negotiations with Wyandotte or the U.S. Marshals, that our costs are going up, therefore our holding needs to go up?
Correct. And we've already raised our holding on KDOC. KDOC, we went from 42 to 102.
Okay.
So, yeah, we went up that. We went up there. And, of course, the Marshals is going to go up, and we're looking at Wyandotte County right now. Problem with Wyandotte County is that is a very tough market. Very tough market because there's a lot of people competing for Wyandotte County. So we have to be very sharp.
Is our projected income for this year going to be where we was last year, do you think? Or?
Yeah, I've got a sheet here for you. I would like to share it with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So your top sheet's going to be where we're at back here.
Thank you, James.
The top sheet where we were at last year at this time. Okay, we're just going to June. So the top sheet right there shows us where we're at June. Do you see that miscellaneous 45,326? Okay, what that is, that was a payment from KDADS. That was the first time that we were allowed to ever bill KDADS. We had a prisoner in there, and we were allowed to back bill KDADS for that prisoner being in our jail. And that's why that amount is in there, and it's 45,326. Now, I've done the math here, and for that year, we averaged in that miscellaneous column $7,492. This year, we're averaging in that miscellaneous column so far, 8,766. So we're actually 1,300 over what we were last year in that miscellaneous column. I took the comparison, I took the $45,000 out compared to this year, and we're actually 5,000 ahead of last year, taking the 45,000 out. It wasn't exactly fair to take the whole amount out, so I averaged that back in, and we're right on track with where we're at this year. We're talking pennies compared to last year. Commissioner Johnson said at last meeting that he was unhappy with the numbers, and I really wish that he would have asked me where we were at, and I would have found that out, because I don't want him to be unhappy with the numbers where we're at, because we're very proud of where we're at so far, and we're on track right now. What we figured is we 1.2 is what we always figured at, and anything over 1.2 is a bonus. And we ended up 1.647 last year.
What my care is where we're raising budgets 400 and some thousand.
Correct.
That was my numbers.
Okay.
What I'm talking about. I mean, I was looking at this.
I figured that you were upset because our numbers weren't the same. I wanted to show you our numbers are the same for the jail.
What was the year before this too? Do you have it?
I didn't pull it.
Okay.
I didn't pull it.
Okay.
The year before, if I go off of memory, it was around $1 million. It was short of $1 million, but Danielle would probably have that. This is showing 1.436 for last year. That doesn't include any extra payments that we get at the end of the year. And a lot of those extra payments come in with your KDADs, KDOC. A lot of those extra payments come in, and that's how we ended up at actually 200,000 more was your extra payments that we come in.
How much more?
About 200,000.
Okay.
We don't know what those payments are going to be.
Okay.
And, when the chips fall and we don't know, it's January before we ever know exactly where we're at.
So we're not projecting those in.
Well, we do not project those in. No.
Because we don't have.
Nope, because
Being conservative.
it can be $1 or it could be 100,000.
Okay.
So we don't project any of those numbers. If we maintain the course that we're on right now, we'll be 1.2, 1.3 is what we're going to be at.
I don't have any questions on the income report.
As far as increasing our income, we would have to increase jail staff to do so, or where are we at as far as having?
Oh, increasing your income as far as?
Right, having more holdings.
Correct. We would have to increase our jail staff. Scott asked me that, what if you go to your capacity? And I projected it's probably going to take about 400,000 worth of jail staff to make another 1.2 million is what it's going to take. It's going to take about 400,000. Now that is not with benefits, because I don't know what benefits cost. So, I mean, it would take another 400,000 to get to double our inmates. It would take another 400,000.
But that's not in the budget that you're.
No, it's not in the budget. That's projected outlook for the next, 5-10 years is what we're looking at.
So on our sales tax dollars.
Yes.
We have it set up now where 1% is paying the
jail.
Mm-hmm. And then once the jail is paid off, we keep a 1/4 cent for running the jail.
Operations.
for operations.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, I mean, we are exceeding what we're planning for the jail. Is there any flexibility to use a quarter of that?
Not till it's paid for.
Not till it's paid for?
That's was my understanding. We had to
Are
do-
we going to make an effort to pay this off early, or are we going?
I think that would be very wise.
Continuous, I'm,
Well, we refinanced, a year or two ago.
Yes.
To pay
We
it
did.
off early, to drop our payment. And I mean,
It needed to be looked into again.
and I'm all for in favor of paying it off as quick as we can get it paid.
Absolutely, because it's going to save us in the
Thousands
millions
of dollars of interest.
of interest.
And once we get to the point, and I don't know what the date is on that, we have money that we can put towards it, right?
Correct.
Once the date, it was 5 years or something, wasn't it?
Yes.
We have
5 or 7, something along those lines when we had a prepayment penalty essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Once that's up, we can,
And with the cost of everything going up, the sales tax should only increase. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
correct. That would be logical. So, okay.
my perspective on, the jail and touring the jail finally with you and seeing the awards that our jail has been awarded throughout the years. It's something I think that the county maybe doesn't understand or recognize.
That's true.
But I do think it's important that we continue to support them moving forward to keep this facility nice and innovative. And I mean, I don't know how we could communicate to the public everything, but maybe do some like sneak peek social medias, seeing what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that it all hit this year. All the contracts hit this year. I'm 7 months into this, 8 months into this, and everything just hit this year. It's very unfortunate. Do I project next year? Once our contracts are in, do I see a big increase? I mean, I don't see anything unless I put somebody in there or, groceries go up again. I mean, you're talking about percentages, small percentages that you can see an increase. But, you take in consideration your inmate medical, we're taking a chance and we're projecting on our inmate medical. We're one heart attack away from busting our budget. And, we've got I think it's 194,000 in the inmate medical. And, if we don't use it, we put it back in the general fund. I mean, that's the way it is, but we've got to have it there in case, we have something in the jail. It's an insurance policy.
Can you speak a little bit on, and if this was presented to me, it probably was, on the capital outlay, because it's in there twice? Or is that just a subtotal? Was that twice?
That's a subtotal.
Okay. Never mind. Also, I've had a lot of calls regarding this budget, and you really can't compare it to the surrounding counties because like, oh, well, they're so over on this line item or this, and there's just so many differences that we have versus, or maybe in your budget, you have something that Bourbon County didn't have in theirs. It's just, yeah.
That's very
It's
true.
a lot to take in. I have looked at Bourbon counties and a few others, but you really can't compare apples to apples on this.
I'll let you know that I am here to, get the most bang for our buck. I'm here to save as much money as we can, and all that. I'm look at different avenues to save money and everything like that. So, I mean, there's not miscellaneous spending in there that we've cut it down to this is what it is. We continue every day to cut prices inside there, and we're always shopping for something better, somebody better, something better. We're cutting out all kinds of different things. There's a lot of things that are not seen behind the scenes that we don't even bring up. We don't brag about it. We don't toot our own horn about things that we have saved for the public. But you know, the jail paid for their own vets this year. That was $27,000 that never came out of the budget. That was the jail paying for the vest for their employees. And when you've got 27, but we're not going to go out there and look what I did, you know, look what I saved you, but nobody knows about it. That's behind the scenes. The jail pays, and I can get you a hard number, but the jail pays for over $100,000 for stuff in the jail that the public never sees.
And where's that money come from?
The commissary fund. But it comes out of the commissary fund. And it pays for it. And I'm talking, it's everything from for the inmates. Everything for the inmates.
Okay.
As far as the income that comes from the jail, I've also had a lot of comments outside of this meeting of going into the general fund and how it's used. Would you want to see, like, or can you give breakdowns of where
I
that
don't need to
money?
see it.
You don't need, okay.
I don't need to see it. I make the money for you. You guys do what you want to with it.
And as far, but as a commissioner, when they're asking me where do we put that money, it's broken out, or is it kind of just thrown into the general?
To the best of my knowledge, it's just put in the general fund as general funds.
Okay.
It would be up to the treasurer's department if it were going to be earmarked or notified differently in what I'm seeing.
Well, a certain amount of it's figured in the budget, right?
Correct.
I don't remember the exact figure, but then.
We have what we're collecting so that we're not taxing the people for that amount. We have those income levels figured into the budget.
Future goals, would you like for him to bring back and get with Danielle on opportunities of paying it off early? Was that something you don't?
Well, it's not really anything to do with them. That's just all.
It isn't, but McCliney's, they.
Unless we decide to take what the income.
So, I mean, refinancing the bonds right now is probably not a good idea. As
Right.
interest rates are higher.
Right.
You know, it's when we can start making those prepayments,
Correct.
we can then maintain our level of reserves from our sales tax that we need to
Correct.
have in there to ensure that we're going to meet our obligations, but we can use the rest of it to prepay once
Absolutely.
we hit that level.
And you'll see that interest just falling off.
Correct.
I'm not happy with the amount of interest that we're going to pay if we decided to let this thing drag out for 30 years. I'm not.
Well, and we already shortened that amortization on what
Correct.
we refinanced. And I think that was what Jim was talking about earlier. That saved us, what was it, 2.2 million or something that way?
Correct.
I'm pulling a number out of the air.
No,
That's what I
no,
recall.
it's really close.
Something along those lines by refinancing it to a
7 or
15.
10 years, what it is, it drops our payment drastic to what it was before.
Yes.
Even though we increased it 200,000,
Yes.
but we've dropped the payment.
The amount of interest we were paying by just shortening the amortization. So we know it works. We know that's a strategy that will work regardless.
Any other questions
I don't
for the
know.
sheriff?
I don't have any questions. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free to come by or call or anything. If you guys have any questions, something comes up, I will meet with you anytime. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Business with safety action plan.
Sorry, I think that was what was brought to you by Chastity. Is that correct?
Yep.
I put it on here twice. I apologize.
Okay. What's the next one? The nudity resolution.
What is that? Like,
Go ahead. recap.
Okay, so the sheriff's office called me because there was a situation with a person, gentleman washing his car in the nude whenever there were children in the nearby homes. And we don't have a state statute that is regarding nudity. There is state statute regarding public sexual activity, but washing your car in the nude isn't part of that. So each municipality creates their own nudity ordinance or resolution in order for that behavior to not be permissible. So after researching other municipalities and what they have, the sheriff's office proposed a resolution, and so that is for your all's consideration.
Where,
Is it in, where is, I haven't read through it. Are you talking about for county or for?
it would have to be for county if we're,
That's why I'm confused. It happened in the city limits though, right?
My understanding is that it was in the county limits. Each city or municipality has their own ordinance.
Each municipality in Linn County has one.
I'm not sure if each municipality in Linn County has one, but I know that they exist, like the city of Lewisburg has one, the city of Pleasanton has one, and it is incumbent upon any and all municipalities in the state of Kansas that want to have nudity regulations to create their own.
so where is the
I'm not in
resolution?
favor of signing that for the county. I'm not in favor of a nudist community, but I don't think that we should have a county resolution regarding the policy. It's just putting more rules. You're in the county. So did they drive by with children on a county road
I mean, my understanding of the situation is that it was neighbors that had children, so he was sort of flamboyantly outside.
So as it stands right now, there's nothing can be done about it.
Correct. So, unless there was any sort of other activity such as disorderly conduct or disturbing the peace or obstructing law enforcement or whatever, it's perfectly legal to be publicly nude in the county limits.
What does Miami County's read?
I can look up Miami County's
I'd rather
resolution.
see a county resolution. I'd rather see 2 county resolutions versus municipalities.
A county.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying like municipalities in reference to like Pleasanton or Mountain City or.
That any municipality, a city, or a county has to have their own ordinance or resolution, that there's not a state statute that governs. So cities and counties create their own in regards to this. And my understanding is that the sheriff did look at counties as well as cities whenever he was compiling and creating our proposed resolution.
So they can't file something of a decent exposure?
It has to be sexual in nature.
And that would be up to a judge. So they could have prosecuted.
No. They have to have probable cause to believe that the person was engaged in sexual activity, and they didn't believe that it rose to that level.
I would like to see 2 county policies prior to adopting any resolution on nudity.
I'm good with that.
I'm reading what Bourbon County says, but they're just quoting from a state statute, so they don't have an actual policy. This is just a quick Google search, but I'd just like to see a couple.
Okay.
Can you table it to, I'll be gone next week, so. You guys okay if we table it to August 11th. And if you find the policies for the county prior, just send those out in an email.
Sorry, who's going to be looking up these other county policies?
Jacqueline, would you want to send us to others, or who put this together? Jacqueline?
The sheriff's department.
Oh, the sheriff did it?
Um,
I will get with James on it too. But I'd want to know more about the situation, what happened. I just want to have a better, clear understanding.
So you're gonna table it till April or August,
Yeah, April.
August 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. Executive session for legal?
Not for me.
Yes, it might be the one that you asked for. The one that very front was what Jim asked for.
I don't know what I asked for. Hold on, give me a second.
I've had it on here twice then.
Let me just go back through my email. I don't need it right now. We can post it.
Did you ask for it, Jacqueline?
No, Allison asked for it. Was regarding the contract negotiations
No,
for
it
the
was
legal.
regarding the fire department.
Oh, we can move that to August 11th. Randy's not here.
Okay. New business, executive session, hiring discussion for Public Works Administrator.
Brain.
Ten minutes.
I'm fine with that.
Will 10 minutes be enough?
I'd rather go in for 15 if that's okay.
15? Yeah.
Commissioners, and did you want to bring Danielle in or no?
That's fine.
Okay. You good with that? Sure.
Make a motion, we go into executive session for hiring discussion for Public Works Administrator for 15 minutes with the three commissioners and Danielle.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 We'll return to 11:58. Was no action. I make a motion, we go back in executive session for 5 minutes for legal with our counsel, clerk, and the 3 commissioners.
I'll second.
Negotiation for
Job description.
job description. That's my motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Turn at 12:03. There's no action. Got a motion?
I motion that we recess into executive session for 5 minutes.
Contract negotiation.
Contract negotiations with the three commissioners, Danielle and Jesse Walton.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Return at 12:10. Was no action.
Did you get that?
She's working on it.
Sorry, I was going to tell you the annual rate.
Just thought maybe she told you.
She's working on it.
Who wants to make a motion?
You hand that to Jason.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we hire Jesse Walton as our Public Works Administrator at 16Q, which is 35.70 per hour. Salary annual of $74,263.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Congratulations, Jesse. Make a motion, we go into executive session for 5 more minutes for
Job description.
job description with Jesse, the 3 commissioners, Danielle, and Jacqueline.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 What did I say, 5?
5.
Return at 12:16.
17.
17. No action.
I'll make a motion that, what? Okay, I'll make a motion that we go out for hiring a new position for Public Works Assistant for 2 weeks, starting today.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
We'll have Public Works and the clerk's office get with HR on creating the new job description for this.
Correct.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
While we're on the subject of creating that new job description, is it something that you commissioners want to be involved in as far as that starting pay scale? When Public Works Administrator is on line 16,
What's 16?
16A is $31.66.
I don't think it should be on the
Yeah, I
same line.
think that we need to discuss that. I
With
would
it
take
being under Public Works, I think he should be bringing a recommendation
Yeah,
to us.
just say give it to Jesse. He'll give the recommendation.
Jesse bring a recommendation to us of where he thinks it should be.
What he's gonna need. What he can afford in his budget.
Okay. Anything else?
Not in regards to the hiring of Public Works.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we go to budgets.
There is another executive session if you choose.
Okay, for job performance.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll make a motion. We go into executive session for job performance.
Which
with,
department?
Economic development with the 3 commissioners and Danielle. That's my motion.
Okay.
5 minutes is fine.
5 minutes. Okay.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 There's no action from executive session. I make a motion, we go back to executive session for 5 minutes for
Employee performance.
employee performance, 3 commissioners, Danielle and Chastity Word.
I'll second that motion.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Turn it to 12:28.
I'm trying 12:25.
What's that?
12:25, so it's be 12:30.
Okay, it's 12:30 then. No action. Okay, go to budgets now. Amanda?
Hello.
Hi, Amanda.
Before I get started, this is something I receive every year. And I've been meaning to write it to you guys, and I kept forgetting, but the state of Kansas puts this out. And it's it's family forward workplaces and benefits that different entities in Kansas provide. There's some case studies in there. You may get it in your office too.
I was sure that might be helpful.
If you want to.
Thank you.
Yep.
Would you like me to put her budget up on the screen?
Did you have anything to share on the screen today? No? Okay.
Nope.
She'll put her budget on there.
Okay.
All right, so Amanda, the commissioners were just wondering if you could provide a little bit more justification for the funds that you're asking for compared to the funds that maybe surrounding counties are utilizing.
Okay. I don't think this is the most up-to-date one that I have.
Okay.
Hold on.
I apologize. I think this is the only one I have. Did you
There should have been-
email a revised?
So I sent another one to you and Scott after we met previously.
Give me just a second. I'll
Sure.
pull it up.
What was the total? Do you remember?
The total, 395, 987, 98.
Yeah, I don't have that one for some reason.
So I would have sent it after you had sent out an email to department heads asking them to find any room to cut on their
Okay.
budgets.
And you said the budget total was 400?
395.
395, 987.
Well, I'll tell you, my question, one of my questions is with the four counties that's around us, Bourbon, Allen, Anderson, and Woodson, the county portion of what they do isn't near what we pay.
Correct. So do you know what Bourbon or what the multi-counties budget is?
I don't know the exact budget for the whole thing, but I do have the figures from last year from what the counties paid.
Sure.
Bourbon County was 14,408 was the population, and theirs was 90,750.
Correct.
Allen was 12,112, and that was 115,000. Anderson County, 7,838 population for 89,000. And Woodson County is 3,115 population, 36,000. And I realize that's not their grant because the grant money's tied together. And I requested the budget, but I haven't got it yet. But
sure.
But that is the county portion, and that's all. They have no benefit package. They have nothing, and they have probably two people in their counties, a nurse and a clerk.
Okay. So I have their audited budget from 2024, and their overall budget for those four counties was 1.4 $1,477,824.41. And they actually went over their budget in '24 to 1,400,000, or no, sorry, their budget was 1,459,149.07, and they went over to 1,477,824. So the combination of those four counties and what each county is paying combined for that year was $332,200. So Linn County used to be a part of multi-county, and they left in 2007. And do you know how much they were asking for when they left in 2007?
I don't.
161,000 is what they were requesting Linn County to contribute to be part of the multi-county health department. And that is when the county decided that they no longer wanted to be a part of multi-county. They wanted to break off and do it themselves. So they're getting
The county's portion of it right now, Linn County's portion is what, 180 something, was that right?
So
That comes from our taxes.
what we got in tax dollars for 2025 is $91,369
That's all we got from the county tax
for
dollars.
taxes, yes.
And then the benefit packages on top of that.
Correct.
Correct, yes.
Commissioners, I did just put this document in your SharePoint. You want to look at it on your own computers.
So
Can you explain why you would prefer to stay the way we are versus going to the multi-county? So like, let's just say budget is not even an issue.
Sure.
Like just briefly, like what are the benefits? How are you performing at a higher level or helping citizens improve county health versus the?
I would say that we would be more accessible, which I can't paint a picture of what it would exactly look like if multi-county came back in. But I would assume that they would probably have 2 people in our office. So they would definitely get rid of staff. In most of their counties, they offer WIC 1 to 2 times a month, where we're offering it 4 times a week. So definitely more opportunities for our citizens to be able to make
And
those appointments.
part of the reason why we're doing that is because of the sheer number of people that we have
Correct.
on WIC.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep. Our caseload right now, we're pushing 200 clients. So we have a large client base there. I would feel comfortable or safe saying that just services would be reduced.
Right.
You'd be meeting the statute of providing a health department,
But not exceeding.
but not exceeding. Yeah.
I feel like we're exceeding.
I feel like we've come a long way and we've done a lot of work to build to what we have now. I would hate to see that go backwards. And with that, I mean, I know you said not to talk about budget, or if, budget wasn't an issue, I feel like you will be levying more taxes to be part of multi-county again, if that's the route you chose to go.
So the 91,000 is what we're levying right now,
That was what was levied for 25.
right? The rest of our budget that we have in here is based off of grant funding as well as money we're receiving in
Correct.
and everything.
Yep.
From that perspective.
And that's where multi-county makes up for a lot of their expenses, just in state grants, and I'm assuming WIC is a big part of this. They get for 2024, they got $603,678 in state grants. Another almost $50,000 in federal grants, and then $35,000 of local grant money, which all goes into a big pot, and they, distribute it as they see fit. Because I know, like, for example, in Woodson County, they have very, very low WIC numbers. So I know they don't do a whole lot there. So they get to divvy that money up once they have it in their pot, however they'd like to.
So in like the number you provided, the 1,459,824 divided by 4 for the 4 other counties is 365,000.
Correct.
Just under 365,000.
If you were to divide it evenly, yes.
Correct. I know it's not that simple,
Right.
but
I did pull another county that's comparable in size to us, and it is Pratt County.
okay.
Let me find that number here. And their proposed budget for 2024, I don't have their actual, I don't think it's been audited yet, was $828,416. So way, way higher than us.
So do you have a breakdown of what they're taxing their people? Or are they just receiving more grant funding?
Looks like 398,712.
Is what they're taxing their people?
How many employees do they have there? Do you know?
And prep, no, I didn't look up their employee base.
Well, it's just not just the health department in the counties that I checked around, our neighboring counties, they, about 100 is the most employees they have. And how many do we have in Linn County?
About 150.
And the counties around us have in the 90s. I mean, like Bourbon County and Allen and Anderson. You know, the benefit package is huge to us. Is a huge expense.
Okay.
What's the breakdown on their employees? Why would they? I'd have to look at that.
Sorry?
You're saying they have about 50 less employees.
But it's just one issue that I didn't know, like Bourbon County, and I seen this on Facebook, that they did not have their own dispatch. Fort Scott took care of that, but they're gonna pick it up, so that's gonna pick up some people there, but, you know,
But I mean, she has 6 employees and,
I have 4 full-time and basically the equivalent of a half.
sorry, I was just looking
Nope,
at your
you're good.
spreadsheet.
You're good.
But if they're on like, as an employee, was just trying to compare that to like, well, Bourbon County is gonna show 0 for health
they
department.
show 0 for health.
Right, so I mean, that
would be
just,
another-
but they're still budgeting, it's just a different avenue.
It's a,
so-
but way they do it, exactly, they got the budget of the 90,750, but with no benefit package or anything. That was their cost in 2024. One cost.
I don't disagree that they probably have low numbers. I've never looked into that, but I would just say like, again, maybe we're not comparing like,
Apples to apples?
yeah,
It's just a different makeup. It's,
yeah, the matrix is just set up differently, so.
I've gone through my budget. I feel like I've cut where I feel comfortable cutting. Outside of what I've cut, unless we want to start looking at programming or personnel, that's kind of where we're at.
So outside of the budget, is your focus on a possibility of eliminating the health department? Is that where you're at on this? Because I know you've mentioned it a few times, so I'm just trying to figure out like.
Tell you what, I want to do it as cheap as we can, because, you know, if we take $100,000 or whatever, what the benefit package is and stuff, we're leaving a lot of money on the table. That's the way I feel about it, that what other counties do.
But I don't think their citizens get the same services that we provide either. So we would be providing less of a service to our citizens, where right now it's costing our citizens roughly $9 per person to be able to utilize the health department.
We have CHC in three cities in Linn County too.
But they don't provide the services we provide. They are a medical
They
health
don't do
clinic.
anything as far as vaccines or anything. They couldn't do any of that.
They can do vaccines. I don't know that they have the VFC program that we do, where
I
people can
don't know
get
what they have.
their
I'm just saying
vaccines for
is that
free.
There's opportunities. I would like to look at the opportunities myself of what we're doing, just because of funding. I mean, I'm just here to look to make sure we're doing things for the taxpayers in Linn County, being the best stewards of the money that we can be.
For me, I don't feel like it's fair to Amanda or her employees in her health department to put that, or just
Single them.
give her any sort of implication that as a commission that we are all on the same page of eliminating the health department. So
Because I'm not in
favor of that.
Me neither.
And so I don't feel like I would, maybe there are areas where we could scale down. I'm not sure. I think she's done everything she possibly can with what she does. Again, her services and her outreach activities, and I've told you guys this before. I mean, just seeing you guys at different things for the county, or
I think it
seeing you at the
exceeds.
polls, or connecting with the community. To me, that's so much more important for our community to see your faces out there. So, and we're not going to get that if we go to a multi-county health. We're going to have 2 people maybe in the office.
Just doing the bare minimum.
It's the bare minimum, and we're still paying a lot of money for it. And I think that you guys do a great job, and I don't want to have you guys keep coming back in here with a cloud over your head of like maybe losing your jobs or things like that.
It definitely lowers morale.
Yeah, absolutely. So my goal would just be for us to come together, like let them know that we're on the same page of keeping the health department. That's not. Yes, we can. I agree. We should look into other things, maybe contractual things that we can get with you over the year. But I mean,
Well, that's
we
what
haven't-
all I'm doing is trying to save, take a look at what we're doing to make sure we're doing it the best way for the county that we can and still get, I'm not for cutting services. I mean, if it's services that we actually need. But, I'm just saying.
And I think that, I think the reports that we receive monthly from Amanda show that it is services that are needed within our county. You know, and I think beyond just population, there are different demographics in different counties that require different needs. And I think that her office is trying to meet those needs for our people.
I think
So-
what she has and her setup that she has now, she's provided us the information within this budget to the best of her ability and the lowest that she could come to. Now, if we were going to look into going to like multi-health, I think that that's something we could go in for contractual situation. Like we could have done that prior to, this budget hearing. Right now she's presenting on what she has to do for 2026. And I don't think it's in the cards for us to eliminate the health department. So I appreciate everything you guys do. I really don't have any questions on the budget you provided. I think you guys do an amazing job.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions on the budget you provided. I appreciate you coming in today to give us that, our tax amount, the breakdown that we have as far as the grants and the income that you guys are continuing to work on billing to help pay for the service you're providing. So, I appreciate all that, Amanda.
And even with that being said, Jim, if there's something that we can give her to work on throughout the next 6 months, let's give her, information that what you're wanting to see, or how can
Just
she
like I
cut.
want to see, what I'm saying is I want to see exactly, are we doing things that we don't need to do? Or are we doing, to cover the needs of the county, or are we just doing extra things?
Okay.
That's that.
I understand what he's saying. Would you mind within like 6 months, maybe providing something like with Pratt County of like all the services they provide?
I can.
Is that
I think we should be looking more closer
closer?
at
She just
the
said mentioned Pratt. So.
I know, but like the multi-county and what they provide
what I
for
was
their
saying.
amount
okay.
The county
versus
right around
what
us
you're
and
doing
the
above and beyond
that
that,
looking at.
Okay.
right? So that we can
Right.
kind of see.
I think that the question ultimately comes down to, do you want the bare bones and we're meeting this status that we have to meet, or do you want us to exceed that?
I think Jim's question is how much do the items that are above the bare bones, how much do each one of those items cost? So the additional services that you feel like your health department is providing beyond the bare bones, can those be discreetly identified and a cost associated with those and the number of clients that are served by those sort of additional
Sure.
Services? So because I think what he's looking at is how much does it cost to provide that service, and are we providing it in the most efficient way and cost-effective way? How many people are benefited by that? Are there any of those programs, if we take a really hard look at it, that could be cut, eliminated, changed in some kind of way to be more economical or not?
Sure. So the way I'm looking at it is the amount that you're levying in taxes really is going towards salaries. Everything else that we're doing is covered by a grant or income that we're bringing in. But I understand.
And
what
we
you're
would be
saying.
levying those same taxes to pay for multi-county, is what you're
If
saying.
not double or triple. They're going off of the county's assessed value and population when they're determining how much money they would want for Linn County to contribute.
So what you're saying is we can look at the payroll for 2026 projected. And from that, maybe we're $100,000 off from maybe what multi-health would have been
Plus the benefits.
plus benefits. And then
And we have
does
benefits
that amount of money,
for 4 of our employees. 2 do not have benefits.
Okay.
How many have benefits?
4.
Okay.
Okay.
because everything.
I'm
else
happy
is
to
a
do
grant.
whatever you'd like. I feel like it comes down to that. Do you want us to be bare bones, or do you want us to exceed and lead and provide these services for our citizens?
So it basically comes down to about $100,000 more than if we were to be with multi-health.
We don't,
We don't know
No.
that.
I mean, on average, right?
Just based
Based
off
off
of,
of payroll.
based off of what other counties get.
And-
And I think, I did talk to Alan, I think they went to 117 or 18,000 this year. The county of 12,000 is paying 117 or 18,000. But I don't have the exact figures, no.
okay.
With no benefit, anything, that's all they pay.
Okay.
No kind of benefits for anything else.
I like the way we're doing it. So. That's my vote of confidence.
Is there anything
I'm
else?
sorry, man. On the commodities was maybe are most of those within grants?
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, I was just looking at the total. Oh, I see it. Grant approved patient insurance bill.
Yep.
And you have it color coordinated for me.
Mhm.
Sorry.
I try to be detail oriented.
Do a good job.
Anything else?
Thank you, Amanda.
Yep.
I don't have anything else. Have a
Okay.
great day.
Yep. You as well.
The next is mental health. We haven't decided what we're gonna give them yet this year. We gave them 70,000 and
That's correct. In 2024, we paid them 68,000.
68, okay.
So far in 2025, we have budgeted $70,040 and haven't paid them anything yet.
We haven't given them anything yet.
For 2025, we have not yet.
Okay. I'm on the mental health board, and then Garnett or Anderson County, as far as this next year, they gave them $1. Allen County's gonna give them $1. Bourbon County gave them nothing. Woodson County, I don't know what the dollar figure is, but they gave them half of what they did the year before, and I do not know about Neosho County.
Okay.
So I've had communications with Brian and a few people at Southeast Kansas Mental Health. I know during the first budget hearing, I had spoke about creating a partnership with Linn County Sheriff's Office. I've talked to James briefly about it. Brian has sent me an email with kind of just detailing their commitment to Linn County. I think just making really clear expectations of what we request from them if we do decide to give them any funds, whether that's 5,000 or whatever it may be. I think eliminating the partnership completely may not be the best idea, but so the public's aware, we are required to service anyone that comes into the jail for mental health issues, and we do get billed for that.
The sheriff's department pays that out of their budget.
The sheriff's department does pay for that, and what Brian has committed to us is that they would not bill us for any services if we still kept some sort of a partnership with them. Again, that's something that probably maybe needs to be discussed with Sheriff Akes as well, but I'm just going to tell you like what we had a conversation about. Brian sent me a detailed plan as far as concerns I've heard as a commissioner, and from the public and from employees as well, but I'll just read it out loud. Creating a partnership with the sheriff's office. Launch a pilot with Sheriff Akes, eliminating Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center fees for currently incarcerated individuals that will reduce financial barriers to engaging this high-risk population. Jointly track the number of engaged at the jail and create some sort of opportunity for Southeast Kansas contact after release. So post-release treatment engagement and also veterans connected services. Jail liaison collaboration pending sheriff's approval. Appoint jail liaisons from Southeast Kansas Mental Health and the sheriff's office. Jail alerts Southeast Kansas Mental Health when someone is a mental health consumer, unhoused, or at high risk. Begin service planning before release, not just during the crisis. Jail notifies Southeast Kansas Mental Health when an individual is preparing for exit. Mobile crisis response team support and bridge the gap. Mobile crisis response assists at release with transportation, shelter, basic needs, and connects to outpatient care. Mobile crisis response team can also provide community outreach for those unable to attend office visits. Outpatient treatment orders for consideration. An OTO is a civil court order requiring at-risk individual to remain compliant with our services and requires Southeast Kansas Mental Health to report to the court anytime there is a lack of adherence. In select severe cases, consult on civil OTOs when a risk is clear and court use is justified. It would require approval from the county attorney to file the petition on our behalf with each case. This should be used sparingly. Quarterly community collaboration group. Propose a quarterly Linn County reentry collaboration group with key partners to share updates and coordinate health improvements. And identify current gaps in the system and brainstorm and pool resources. Could Southeast Kansas Mental Health, Sheriff's Office, probation officers, housing providers, public health, primary care, court personnel, transportation, food pantry, clothing thrift stores, and others. We will need to identify and develop more and better housing options for the Linn County residents. Next step would be to schedule a planning meeting with Sheriff Akes to move forward and identify liaisons. Thank you for your collaboration to improve outcomes for Linn County citizens. So, I do think there are still some significant opportunities to utilize their services, whether we completely absolve the fund or reduce the fund. I just think that this was an option that they were considering. I don't know the cost, but I know at one point, I mean, it was, what was it like? I think you sent me like $21,000 in billing one year
For the sheriff's
sheriff's department for mental health.
I couldn't say.
A little bit. So it was substantial. I mean, if we're going to be paying that to the mental health center.
So we were paying that on top of the 70,000 that we were already giving them, or the 100 and some thousand that it was before we started.
You say the sheriff was.
Right.
Out of his budget. But yet, well, I didn't know that was, did you guys know that was happening? I didn't know that until recently. So,
No.
so let's say we cut the fund to 0 like other counties. All I'm saying is when we do that, that partnership may be dissolved. And I'm not saying Sheriff Ace can't use another company outside of Southeast Kids Mental Health. He may be able to. I really don't know. I haven't really asked him that specific question, but anyone that comes in there with mental health, they cannot deny those services.
But they're still paying for it.
And we would get billed. Yes.
Well, we're paying for it now, right?
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's my understanding. I do know that he can, you can code it differently. So where they would pay, Southeast Kids Mental Health would code it differently for a crisis situation to avoid payment from the county. Just an idea. I hear the concerns on salary. I hear the concerns with our neighboring counties. I think the needs for our county, I think they've hit a lot, and also they're willing to come in and give quarterly reports, and that can be based on, funding. So let's say we give them whatever it may be, but if they don't start reporting, we're not seeing action, we can stop funding at any time. I think that they can provide services more than maybe what we've had low expectations, I think, from them.
But we've gave them a lot of money over the years and not got anything out of it, then that's what you're saying.
Well, I think we can say that for a lot of departments, and
We've got people in the management positions making $400 and some thousand their payroll, and then $190 some thousand compensation too for over 600,000 income. Southeast Kansas.
and again, that is a lot of money. I agree with you on that, but for the public's knowledge, that money was set aside specifically to increase rural salaries for mental health to keep them here in these communities where it's needed. And
I guess
it's federal money, grant money.
my issue with that is I don't feel like everybody got the same exponential increase.
No, the people actually doing the work didn't get the increase.
They all received raises, so they all did.
And that's why I'm saying exponential.
Not as huge a raise is what I'm saying.
Okay.
No, they got their pay up to where they're actually keeping people now. I mean, they do have, in the meetings, they talk about that.
Okay.
As far as their clinicians and their doctors, they are, but when the board members are making the CEO and
the arbitrary figure I had in mind was $5,000. That was what?
5,000 for the year?
For the year.
Are we gonna give them this year's, or do you want to continue with what we had for this year? Haven't given them anything yet.
Have they requested? They've requested it. We just haven't given it to them.
The request has not been made to me.
Other counties cut some of it.
Okay.
Do you know what we were billed in 2023 or 2024
for the sheriff
for mental health out of the sheriff's department?
Yeah, I don't. He has it rolled into his contractual, so he may have it divided up a separate way. I can email Sandy and ask her if they have it recorded.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind just knowing, regardless of where we go with the budget. I feel like we should require them, because Brian's open to coming in here and meeting with us quarterly and solving some of these issues that we have in the county. Maybe with them being here and kind of going over things and putting together that team that's outside of us and the commission, those are people that live locally and have different resources. I don't think it's a bad idea putting this team together and letting Brian do that, and then coming to show how he's working with the
But
sheriff's
how
department.
are we funding? We're not going to be funding that.
No, we're not. He said he would do this regardless of how we vote on the budget. Are you wanting him?
Him and the sheriff, then I guess if
I'm
that's.
just saying that I don't. see how
Yeah, for
we have any play in this whatsoever.
I don't either. That's what him and the sheriff choose to do. I mean, that's.
I guess for public safety, we've had issues with when people are released with mental health issues. We've stated it. That's why we lock our door, because people come out of the jail, they don't have places to go. And I do think it's a public health and safety concerns of why would we not work with a company if James is okay with it. I can talk with James and get with Brian, but
I'm just saying that we're not the ones working with them.
No, I don't think so either. I think that's between the sheriff and him if he chooses to do the program.
And he'll be paying
okay,
for
and
it out
then-
of his.
okay, so let's just say we gave them 70,000. We are giving them 70,000. You guys are saying we've already budgeted for 2024, right?
5.
Or 25, sorry. And they haven't received any funds yet. But when they come in, let's say they ask, and our first question would be like, well, what have you done for the county? Well, the commission didn't want to work with you and give any sort of expectations or guidelines on what we would like for you to do in our community. So why does that make sense? Like, what are we at? Like, if we're giving them money, do they not in return help us with the things and the problems that we have for the county? Do we just give them 70,000 and they don't have to come in and report and tell us what we're
They
doing?
haven't.
That's what.
Right, and my point is, why would we not expect? Why would we not expect
But I'm saying
anyone
if
that takes
we're-
$70,000 from the community to come in here and at least tell us what they're doing to help in our community with mental health? Wouldn't you want that 70,000 to go back into our community if that's what you're giving them? Yes, and they haven't, and if they have, we don't know because you haven't asked for it. So my point is, regardless if you give them $5,000, $0, or $70,000, I would just like to know, what are they doing to help us in our community with our citizens? And we're asking for things. We've heard concerns from citizens, and I just think it's a good opportunity to build a partnership with them, connect with them, see what they can help us with. So if they come in here and ask for the $70,000 without a plan, you guys are going to deny it, right? You're not going to approve their $70,000 to be released. They don't have a plan. Now, if this was their plan, it might be like, okay, that looks like a great idea. So they've given a plan of what they want to do in our community.
And basically what I would say to that is that they gave us our plan when we approved that budget. And therefore we taxed the people and said that was what we were going to pay them for last year.
What did it say last year on what they were using the funds for? I'd have to look.
They broke it down as most of their,
They'd say the funds that we're giving them pays for the indigent in the county.
the people who cannot afford services. And it pays for a portion of that. It's not paying for all of it now that we're not.
But they say that's what.
Okay.
But that is what they're saying we're spending our money on.
And as commissioners, you can change the direction and push them in a different way of how you want them to use the money, right?
But
You can
we're
approve the
saying
budget
we're
or
not
not.
gonna pay them that kind of money going forward.
When the upper management is making what they're making, that's my concern.
Sorry, I got an email from James saying, sharing a thought of most people struggling with mental health don't want help. They're not taking advantage of the services that are provided to them. In his experience, I'm guessing that means pertaining to inmates. So having that available to them is one thing, them taking advantage of that is
Who
a
said
different
that?
thing. Sheriff Hicks.
Thanks. And they're not taking advantage of it either.
He just said from his experience, most don't want help. He also shared the sentiment that maybe funding such a program might not be providing assistance to the community.
Well, I think you're generous, Jason, myself with the 5,000 myself, but it's.
And that was,
I know, I'm just telling you what I think. I think you're being generous.
so where are we going to decide?
I would like to give them $1 myself this year, and then we can decide next year myself. That's me. I'd make a motion that, for this year, we give them $1 for next year's budget, and we do not give them this. That's two, but I don't know if that's two motions or not, but give them $1 for this year and one for next. Until they come in with a plan.
Reevaluate.
Pardon me?
Reevaluate next budget.
That's my motion. Does that have to be two different motions since it's 2 years?
You made the motion to.
Can you turn on your mic, please?
To give them $1 for 2025.
Which we already budgeted.
And to reevaluate for 2026.
And another $1 for 2026, and then reevaluate for 2027.
I do think it has to be two motions.
Two motions.
One for 2025 and then one for 2026 with reevaluate.
Well, I'll make a motion that we withhold the funds for 2025 and give them mental health $1 for this year. That's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
$1. That's.
I don't like $1. I think it's either zero. I mean, why $1?
So we can say we gave them something.
That's my game plan. Say we gave them something.
Commissioners, excuse me. To clarify, I talked to the sheriff in an email here, and he said that they don't pay any funds to Southeast Kansas Mental Health. I'm looking at his budget, and what I've seen is Community Health Center of Southeast Kansas.
Okay.
So mental health is not billing the county to any department.
Okay.
I want to look into that because that's not what Brian said at all. So.
Okay. So.
But it doesn't matter.
Back to the motion on the floor of $1
for 2025.
For 2025. You think the dollar is petty? We should just do zero if we're going to do $1.
I was okay with 5,000
for next year. This is for this year.
Oh, so you're amending it to $1 from 70,000?
Yep.
For this year, taking it away from 2025. That was my first motion.
Yeah, I think it should just be zero.
Well, it's already on the table for $1. So
Well, it's discussion. You can amend it.
Could be amended.
Would you like to amend it for zero? Okay.
Why would we?
I'll second the amendment.
So the amendment for zero for 2025 for the Southeast Kansas Mental Health.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion for the amendment? All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay.
So
now the motion is that we will pay them for 2025 $0.
That's correct.
Okay.
Who seconded?
I seconded the first
Okay.
one, and then I seconded Ally's amendment.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I make a motion.
I oppose.
You oppose?
Yeah.
You amended the motion to 0.
Oh, I thought you were just doing the. I'm sorry. I thought we were on 2026.
No, we're 2025.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
I thought I already said aye.
You did for
Said
the
aye.
you did for the amendment. That's why I was trying to.
You voted on the
Can you just order the Roberts Rules book, please?
Come on,
We
4-H'er.
get those on our desk.
Come on, 4-H'er.
Now we're going to 2026.
That's what we're doing.
I'll make a motion that we give Southeast Kansas Mental Health $0 for 2026.
If there's no second, motion died.
Yeah. Okay. So, and reevaluate in 2027.
That was what we stated earlier.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 2-1.
Okay.
Okay.
What else did we have?
Road and bridge, we're looking at, did we decide on that?
Yes, so Road and Bridge, they just this year separated Road 2 separate from Road All. So now there's Road 1, 2, and 3 in addition to Road All. In our original budget that Scott put together for us, Road 2 was duplicated in Road 2 as well as in Road All. Jesse confirmed this and Scott's aware of it. He's taking it out of the budget. He had a recommendation.
I'm taking the 1.2 million out.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, his recommendation is either reduce the road and bridge levy or leave in some unencumbered cash in the road and bridge fund. When you change the actual levy in the funds, we will have to change our R&R notice. I haven't sent out the notice yet. However, you guys have already said that this is what it's going to be.
But we can drop it, right?
Absolutely, yes.
But will that cause us to drop it if we take the 1.2 out?
Yes, it would cause the levy to drop. He's saying before you make any final decisions, just know that you have the option of reducing the levy completely, eliminating that 1.2, or we can leave a little bit of that unencumbered cash in the road and bridge fund.
I'm in favor of leaving a little bit of that unencumbered cash in the road and bridge fund at this moment. Not saying we stay with it forever, but just for now.
Take some of it out now, but we can come back to revenue neutral if
we can make it. I still have my doubts that we're going to make revenue neutral.
What was his recommendation? How much you taking?
He didn't have a recommendation other than telling you what your two choices are.
How much you want to leave, Jason?
600,000.
And this
that is
sort of
one
like
of
a
our
savings account. It's
that is one of our funds when we're looking at it from a cash standpoint that we're behind on.
That's correct.
And that's why I'm asking for that, I guess. At this point.
Don't hurt anything. I mean, we can leave it there today
and we can still
because we've already stated where we was, right? With the 3.1 mil levy increase.
Correct.
The way that the budget's been created is that there is no cash reserve or unencumbered cash for the 2026 year in road and bridge.
Okay.
It looks like, yeah, that's historically been the case, but it's one of those that's always over.
You good with that?
Are we going to be going over one more time?
We need to.
I was going to say, okay.
One
you know
more.
how we did like, I don't necessarily care if Scott's here, but with all these again, one last final times, leaving that 600,000.
That was for the hearing.
Sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
After we get all the changes put together that you guys have wanted to discuss, get it put in here, put it up on the screen, share it with you all, kind of go over what the effects are if this looks very similar to what our final cut would be.
Okay.
Keeping in mind, we have a couple more months.
So the thing that you sent out for today, the 7/28/25 budget.
Yes.
You need more changes on there?
I don't think that's completely up to date.
There. For one, we have a different number on the sheriff now.
That's correct. So what I shared in the SharePoint is what the most recent thing Scott gave us was.
Okay.
And then we did make that change to the sheriff's budget.
And then
changes to her budget.
And then like in contingency for 2026, we had removed the 332,000 on the stars
For 2026.
for
but it's still in
2026.
2025's budget,
Correct. And the 400,000 for transfer to landfill closing
Because we'd already made that up. We're just making a small amount
out of landfill.
out of landfill each year.
Right. So this one that you're seeing here is the one that we made those decisions on. So you're not seeing those decisions reflected in a budget sheet yet.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So you will get us a new one of these
Yes.
So then
so that we can look at it with our notes and go through it to make sure we're not doubling up anywhere and we're not having any of those discrepancies.
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's our next move. Okay.
Did you have employee benefits or contingency?
There are no changes made to the one that is this what you see built into here. You just said that you wanted to discuss it a little bit more. I did email Jen Elliott. She's the benefits consultant that we have. She said that what we have budgeted for is very close to accurate. There's not a lot of wiggle room to reduce that for budgeting purposes.
with Blue Cross and Blue
With
Shield.
Blue Cross Blue Shield, that's
Okay.
correct.
So is there any other questions?
When will we go back over this one more time with the finalized document?
I could ask Scott if the 18th, August 18th would be doable.
In the following week, don't we have our hearing?
26th, is it? Or, yeah.
That's correct.
Should we go over at the 11th then?
Sure.
If we don't go over at if we go over at the 28th and there are issues, then
Then we're not going to
done.
have it. I agree.
I think we need to go to the 11th.
Go over the 11th.
Probably go over it again on the 28th and make sure we're good to go. I want to see I don't know how we missed the road and bridge.
Jim caught it. We just,
You didn't? I'd have caught it.
Jim caught it. We got it. We're getting it fixed, but yeah.
It's a small mistake, 1.2.
Yeah.
I did that in Wyoming.
Oh, well, you should go on vacation more often. You have time when you're away from us to actually look at the budget.
On vacation full time.
You probably would have more time.
Yeah. So I'd be looking for something to do, wouldn't I?
Yeah. Okay.
Hopefully you weren't driving while you were reading through that.
If we want to talk about budgets on August.
It was
11th.
Wyoming. It's long.
No, that's true. Just
You hadn't seen any deer for half a foot.
that's fun.
No antelope next to the road.
Mostly antelope out there.
Amanda is coming to do contract negotiations. Not Amanda, I'm so sorry. AMR
Yes.
is on for August 18th.
Right.
So any changes potentially made there wouldn't be in a budget
Correct.
to look at on the 11th. I suppose
I would-
budgets could be.
I would say that we need to just go ahead and continue with it as it is until we have new information.
That one's only one number we'd have to change anyway, so I think we should, yeah.
And it's a small amount.
Compared to 1.2 million.
Yep.
Anything, we got anything else?
Yes, commissioners, have the employee change form filled out to approve Jesse's permanent placement in his new position.
So do we need a motion or we already made that motion? It just needs
We
signed.
already
That's
made the
correct.
motion, we just need to sign this, right?
That's
Okay.
correct.
28th, I guess, yeah.
Thank you.
Planning and Zoning Director Ben Souza updated the resolution form for the conditional use permit that you approved today. He did add the stipulation for the traffic study to be done at the quarry's expense.
Okay.
So you've already motioned and approved
That's
this
already been,
resolution.
okay. Anything else?
Um,
Go ahead.
oh, sorry. Currently, the county has 16 credit cards issued in the county's name, totaling about $143,000 in credit limit availability. We do that through Landmark National Bank. They partner through First National Bank of Omaha. F&M Bank has started doing credit cards as well. They're partnering through Bankers Bank of Kansas.
Okay.
Interest rates are pretty much the same. They are doing like a special introductory, no interest for so many months, for 6 months, I thought. The county pays the entire credit bill every single month. My office's best effort is to get it paid on time and in full. For us to approve, to just look into what it would take to get applications and submit for moving those accounts to F&M Bank, I just would like for you to approve me moving forward with that application process.
Would we be able to make our payments at FMM banks?
That is correct.
And right now, we're having to send those payments off.
That is correct.
So we could just drop it by and maybe not be late on them. I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it could be as simple as just, filling out a transfer form and then they do it in-house completely.
I'll make a motion that we allow the clerk to investigate the application. Is that what we need? Submit an application
Correct.
with F&M Bank?
I'll second that motion. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. What else you got, Alan?
I was just gonna ask Danielle if you could put a post on social media for Jason and I to try to get people to upload applications for planning and zoning members.
Oh, okay.
The application's on our website, but we can.
The only seat
Or
we're
you did the first
short.
one.
No, he's got one missing now too. I've got two.
Oh, okay.
You got two missing?
Yeah.
He needs to, I
Who you
need
got?
one,
Paul Porter.
Oh, he's leaving.
like the application.
He resigned.
Maybe
Okay.
share it,
That's
no,
what
I'll
I
share it.
So
I don't want to
I've
just do it
so
from my
I've got
personal
my
account.
work cut out for me.
Do you want to create, a graphic to go with that?
Yeah, I can do that. Is that okay if I do that? And then you good with that, Jason?
That's fine.
Okay.
I have somebody that's interested that I'm just needing to get nailed down
Okay. I have,
as far as for one of my spots, but that's just one spot.
I
still
haven't
have
had
two.
any.
You got one opening?
I have one.
Okay.
Morgan
Okay.
Brown resigned.
He resigned now. So anyway,
Okay.
what else?
That's all I have for you.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye.